Hey, 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 everybody.
Welcome to the stream, everybody. I am your host, Dangerous Freedom, and this is my excellent brother, Detroit Preppin. Welcome to the stream, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got it. Dangerous Freedom, and this is my excellent brother. Mute that. All right, we're good. Now we're good. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, I'm still a
Hey,
little.
hey, Margot. How are you?
Margot's great. Margot's always here. She is great. She's the type of person that makes us do what we do. You know,
Well, I'll tell
because
you what.
I
Uh,
prepare, I prepare for more than myself. I prepare for extra people, and I don't know, Margot. Maybe you prepare as well. Maybe you only got 1 week supply in your pantry. Me and Roger probably got about 2 years.
well, I would have to imagine Margot has some type of preparations
Oh,
put in
I'm
place.
does.
Um, Everybody calls us loony or whatnot,
They
but
used to. They
if
used
we
to.
if we were really that loony, there wouldn't be what's going on at the grocery stores right now. You don't go and do the same thing you think a loony man is doing.
Exactly. North.
There we go, Margot. She's
North.
always stocked up. So
Yeah, she's
it
just
just goes to show you there are a lot of us out there.
outlaw. Hey, what's outlaw Bob? You're damn right. We're gonna. Me and Roger were just talking about that, Outlaw Bob. I don't think I can go too much into the rant as I wanted to privately because this is
Outlaw,
being
how
recorded.
are you?
Uh, yeah, I feel a certain way about what the government is doing right now, and I'm not very happy with it. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, um, I don't think most of us are happy at this point. I mean, they're asking us at this point to trust us, even though they've continued to show their incompetency all the way up to this point. I think uh, I think they're asking a little bit much from we the people right now.
Oh, you think?
I do think. What's up, Objective Truth? Tennessee Patriot? Jeff B in the house.
We had Jeff B. Holy crap! Wow, crap. Objective truth. A idiot wouldn't stock. Yeah, a idiot wouldn't stock up.
Yeah, there's a lot of idiots out
Yeah,
there.
yeah, they're showing their face by the day.
So dangerous. I know you know, but the 6th of every month, no matter what day that falls on, is kind of like my go to the Sam's Club, stock up on all the things I need for that month, and then I try to add at least as much to my preps so that, when I have those months I cannot go, which seems to be, rapidly approaching, I'll have a little put back.
Yeah,
So I've told everybody what happened the last time I went, March 6th, and I think I'm gonna get all dialed up and head to my local Sam's Club again on the 6th of this month, which would be, I believe, Monday. Sounds like a perfect day to go. Hopefully, I'll be able to do some videotaping. I think I talked about it before in your live chat that there are police officers in the building. They are in plain clothes and they are in uniform. There are also security guards hired, I assume, by the store. Now they are not armed security guards, but they have their walkie-talkie on their shoulder there for whatever good that'll do them. But
yeah. I mean,
I'm gonna be really, really interested in seeing Monday when I do my monthly trip. One, how much they'll allow me to buy,
yeah.
and two, how
Mm,
much. will be there for me to buy.
I saw a video from a friend of mine earlier. He was going to go to the Walmart super center that he's got by his town, and they literally had like empty pallets stacked up outside, forming a line, and you had to divide yourself. And they were only allowing, 50 people in the store, whatever. And he was like, "Screw it, I'm not going in." And I mean, unless it's life saving. I mean, see, you and I, life saving equipment, we've already got that. I mean, if we go into the store,
I,
it's
I don't
I
know, Ron. I am officially out of unfrozen butter right now. I'd hate to start
oh no,
unfreezing this stuff, but
you're out of butter? No way. Oh,
haven't been able to find butter at the grocery store within
I'll
the
ship,
last
I'll ship
month.
it to you.
That'd be awesome, man. But I'm making choices now. Hey, do I jump in the freezer and pull butter out of my supply, or do I,
Carry.
tough it out right now and try to, keep at searching out these things, And when I do find butter, do I buy as many as they'll let me buy so I can put back another couple of dozen or whatever? Um,
Unfortunately,
I want to just say real quick, I want to say what's up to Billy Bird stopping in. Thanks, brother. And Pro Carry Trucker, man. How's it going? Long time no see.
I was watching him earlier, actually. We
Yeah,
had a small chat.
I haven't seen him.
Hey, Pro Carry, would you care to join us? I can shoot you a link. All I need is I need your email. You know what? I could drop the link in the chat. Does anybody in the chat want to come on? I mean, we can have. Oh, tactical tech. Man.
Gratitude problem. What's going on, brother?
Okay, I'm just gonna copy the link and post it in the chat. If anybody wants to pop on with us, you'd be more than welcome.
Tactical technician, brother. What's going on?
Absolutely.
Ron, you got some great patriots in your live chat tonight, man.
Dude, these are my friends. Everybody in here is a friend of mine. I mean, whether I know him like face to face, I mean, I haven't even met you literally face to face. We do this face to face, but we've been talking for months, and a lot of the people in my chat, we've been chatting for months, and it's like you just know these people. We're all of the same mind. And Mayhem, I am sorry, I meant to call you earlier. Dude, I've been preoccupied with a few things. I'll talk to you soon about it. Okay, let me get this.
Mark 18, what's going on? JTR, the serial killer.
Oh, Jack T. Ripper, my brother from another mother.
That's what's going on. As I'm sure everybody can see, I can actually read the chat now. This has been the first time me and you have done a live chat, and I've been actually able to read everybody's comments.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, let me post it. Okay.
Yeah,
so here's a link. Tactical Tech Mayhem. If you want to pop in here, you're more than welcome to. Pro Carry, you got the link too. Oh, okay.
So
I got. You know what?
Dangerous Freedom. It is official.
I copied that anyway. I got your email, Pro Carry. You can delete it or not, but
I have given away since the great toilet paper shortage started 80 rolls of toilet paper thus far.
Who have you given it to?
Family members. One neighbor.
Gray air.
I never thought I would be the king of poop paper, but it's funny, a lot of the people that have called and asked and briefly explained their problem and everything like that never took the time to say, even though I mocked you before, even though I said you were a stupid fucking idiot and you never wore any of the fancy Jordans and you never had the fur collared coats and all the other bullshit we were buying. Thanks for doing what you do, because now I can wipe my ass and not have to use a washcloth or a t-shirt or whatever they've been using. Most of the donations I have given out, though, came along with the very strict instructions that this is it. This is your one favor in the shit hit the fan. And I wonder how many of those are going to actually take that to heart and understand that the time they have is very finite at this moment, and they need to be doing a whole lot more than begging up toilet paper.
I'll be honest with you. My oldest son, he's already he's over 18. He's already got his own job. He still lives with me, but he's in HVAC. And it was weird because right now I'm off work. They just cleared us through next week. Paid leave next week. It's 2 weeks now. I've basically been sitting on my butt, and I don't enjoy it. I mean, I want to get back there, and I've already told every supervisor at the place, all the way up to like the CEO. It's like, hey, if you need me, just call me. I'm on call. I'll come in. If you want me to wear a mask, if you want me to wear gloves, I'll do whatever. I want to get back out there and get back to work. I'm just that. I've got that mentality. So at home, it's like, do I work? Yeah, I work around. I mean, getting things cleaned up, went through all my stocks, all my preps, and, getting, there was a dusty, empty magazine that had been sitting under a countertop somewhere. I pulled that out, dusted it off, and loaded it. I mean, getting that kind of thing going. So It's not like I'm just sitting on my ass. It's just not being at work it's just it doesn't quite feel right to me.
I can imagine, brother. Hey, I just wanted to
Jared,
say welcome to
my neighbor.
Death, Rob Call, the Gray Area.
Yeah, Rob Call, I've seen him.
Dude, you've got like I said, you got some pretty awesome patriots in your channel.
It's not quantity, it's quality. That's what I said. All these people in here, these are people that drinking Coors. Right on, brother.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'll cheers to that.
I have noticed at the big box grocery stores, the beer aisles are not completely empty, but there is one brand of beer that is completely sold out.
Completely sold out.
Completely sold out, except in its 12-pack bottle version. That would be Miller High Life, 30 packs, cans. They are absolutely empty on the shelf. It's a great way to store beer. That's basically how I store my beer. I enjoy the glass bottle, but due to space and the $1.75 I save every box I buy.
Jenny, you know what? Any friend of Jim's is a friend of mine. You're more than welcome here. Have a wrench on me. Rhonda,
what's going on? Kevin Morfan, how are you?
You know what? Let's just make everybody equal in here, because inequality, the fruit of life. I mean, I'm not better than you. You might be better prepared than me. I might be better at carpentry than you. No, but Jim.
Well, I'll tell you what, Billy Bird Outdoors has got it figured out, man.
Holy crap!
He says Miller, the beer of Detroitians.
All right. We got. All right, hold on. Manny needs a freaking rent. Damn, this thing is moving fast. Hey, Manny. Hey, you know what? If anybody wants to come on, I already shot. Oh, there. Hey, there's Preparedness.
Rebel Jack, what's going on?
Hey, bro.
Hey, Pro-Carry Trucker.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Pro-Carry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not a little better.
All right. Yeah, all right.
I'm getting a lot of back feed.
All right, I'm gonna do this. So, Pro Carry, man, I saw you out there with your grandkid and taking him out walking. That looked like fun.
There it is.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
To
My neighbor.
Death,
Oh.
Rob Call, the gray area.
Yeah, Rob. Okay. All right.
Like I said, you got Tigger. What's going on, Tigger?
Sorry, Pro Carry. I gotta mute you, bro. We're getting a lot too much feedback. If as soon as you can get it straightened out, we'll work on that. But anyways, so welcome
Luciano, American Warhorse.
Yes, Manny.
DM the mod.
Yes, Donna.
Hey.
You know, I'll be honest with you, Donna. I don't get enough money put into it. I'll have to check it. Benny, welcome, my brother.
Jenny, I got to tell you, there's never any subject matter that I've ever known of on the
redneck in here
Saturday Night Live show.
Yeah. There, Pro Carry, listen to Manny. Yeah, don't have extra tabs on your screen or mute all but your StreamYard. And we'll give this another go. He lives back in the woods, you see. But he's got some nice toys out there. All right. Monica, hey, how you doing? I remember you. All right. Okay. All right. Pro Carry. Okay. Can you hear us now? We're still getting some background.
I actually had to mute the computer.
Yeah. You usually do. You get used to it. Wow.
I had to mute the computer and
hey, Yoda.
And use the volume on my phone to mute the computer. Otherwise, it was double feeding real bad. Yeah. But you can't be up here. This one is not crowd friendly, according to YouTube.
All right. We got Jim. Nice summary. What's up, brother?
What's happening?
Say hi real quick.
Man.
Hey,
there's Knight's Armory.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey. Together.
All right.
Yeah. The gang's all here.
I mean, come on. Most of us didn't even go to work. Are you still going to work, Jim?
What's that?
Are you still going to work?
Yep. I am still working out at the railroad.
Yeah, they haven't tried to run with any Navy ships over there, have they?
Yeah, I noticed.
Oh, man. You heard
the phone is really delayed.
Lone Star. Hello, brother.
Hey, Lone Star.
Let's try this again. Let's mute this one. Let's see.
So Jim,
mute this one.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Anyway, don't unmute the YouTube, dude. That sucks. Manny, okay. So Jim, I am looking for a few items. I was wondering if you could help me out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I told you the other day I'm looking for some of those solar recharging. You know, they're like the size of a phone. The recharging things you can get. I'm looking for a few of those, and also I am looking. You know where to get the crank style radios?
Ooh, the chargers, yes. The radio, no. I can look into that though and see if they've got them on through any of my wholesalers. If any, even shipping.
I don't know what kind of charger you're gonna suggest for
Um,
dangerous freedom there, but I have, and I think these are probably some of the nicest chargers out there right now. It's a
That is
RAV power.
all
I
right,
got it from Amazon. It does charge by solar.
okay.
You can also plug in a couple of items to it.
Grant, hold on.
And I was actually gonna, yeah, that one's got the flashlight too. I was gonna recommend that you might want to check on Amazon because the ones that I sell, they're a little bit more expensive. They're nicer. It's like a pad that you flip out. But to be honest with you, for charging a phone or whatever, those ones like what Detroit's got there, those things are perfect. Like and they got the flashlight on them. Those are not bad.
It has a 25,000 milliamp hours. I have literally charged a phone with this thing maybe 4 or 5 times and left it sitting in the window of my car. Really hot days in Arizona, you might melt the plastic on this thing, but if you can get it outside of glass to charge, you'll be able to at least keep a phone working or whatever like that. It's not gonna run your house or anything, but
No, but yeah, you just need a charge on your phone though, so you can locate with your buddies and find out where the target is.
and this thing costs me about $80 on Amazon.
The target.
About $80, and it's a RAV power. I don't know if you can see the name on there,
Okay.
but that's the one I recommend. I've got 4 of these, and I have had no failures from any of them yet. When me and my wife go hiking, or well, what we like to call hiking, walking on a trail, we hang them on a conifer off the back of our backpacks. It keeps them charged. It lets us screw around with our phones, even though we can't get a signal. We can take video, shoot pictures. Check that out, man. If you're looking for something under $100.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now online. They've got some similar ones on Amazon that are like $45 now. I didn't see what the 2,500 milliamp hours.
There you go.
So it's not the same brand. So that does sometimes mean that you're trading out for, screws that strip out or freaking plastic that breaks. But as far as the charging portion, they probably didn't skimp on that.
And the fact that it's chargeable with its own solar panel did it for me. I mean, having a battery bank is having a battery bank, but once the power line is cut, how do you charge it? Sort of a generator or having a solar setup, and this is
that's what
a little redundancy on having that stuff.
Well, now
I got a solar setup in my trailer that I can charge anything with. And that's I've got the big panels and all that I hook up to it.
You can get a handy candy kit as well there, brother, to put it all in and get started.
My sister's neighbor has solar on half of his house on the rooftop. He's also got a lot of quads, and I'm guessing he's probably got a lot of rifles. The whole neighborhood is pretty friendly. So that would probably be my backup location if I ever left my bunker in location. I mean, right now I'm well armed. I'm well stored. I mean, honestly, we could go for probably 3 months and I would barely have to leave my house, but I don't want that. How do you guys feel about what's going on? Do you feel that this is another power grab and they're trying to steal our liberty? Or do you think they're really doing this to save the people?
I think they're going to use it as an opportunity.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'll try to answer that question first because I've been thinking about that. First off, I think they are scared right now. I think for as much control as they like to make all of us think they have, this is a situation that they realize can spiral out of control quicker than they're able to maintain the control. I think they're going to enact tons of legislation to combat this crisis.
Uh-huh.
And it's a real simple thing. Any right they've ever taken away, they have never given back.
No,
So
no, I'm trying to remember. Didn't they do that back in the 1930s? And
you
then
don't have to go that far back, brother. Look at the Patriot Act. You know, now the war on terror is over, but we still need the Patriot Act to go after true patriots now.
as I always say, why don't you just shove the leash up my ass? Hey, Tim.
I don't know what that means, brother, but it sounds pretty painful.
At least let me know. I mean, now we all know. Tema, good to see you. Repealed anything? It was yeah. You know what? An American war, Manny, that is a good question. The last time the feds repealed anything was prohibition, and it's like, man,
Look what had to happen for prohibition to be repealed. You know.
Well, yeah, people had to get pissed. What are we doing right now? I'm pissed.
Well, no, what had to happen was enough who they deemed as criminals.
Thank you, Tigger.
Made enough money that it wasn't worth them fighting it anymore when they could control all of it with the stroke of a pen. You know what I mean? They realized how much revenue they were losing. That was the only incentive for them to repeal prohibition. It wasn't because they were morally upstanding citizens in our society. It was because Willie and Bobo down south were sitting on $1 million cash in those days when money was actually good, you know, made of silver and gold.
Yeah.
You know, and they couldn't stand for that. They couldn't stand to be the ones losing that much money.
Yeah.
And once again, they did what was right for their coffers.
Yeah. Yeah. But they put it off as, oh, we're going to help the people. And that's just what they're doing right now. Because honestly, Roger, Jim, dude, honestly, $1,200 of our own money. They're giving us back $1,200 of our own hard-earned and sometimes bloody and definitely sweaty money that we worked. And they're going to give us back $1,200 and say, everything will be okay.
They're going to give you back $1,200 of your money, and they're going to bill every person living today in America almost $7,000 for that money they gave you back that was already yours. Just so everybody here is aware of what's really going on. They're not giving us our money back. They're loaning us our money back. And there will be a payment on that money.
But they're expecting our grandkids to pay it. That's the bullshit. And
they're expecting you and our grandkids to pay it.
Jim, I know as you as a father, this is crap. I know how I'm pretty sure we're both on the same aspect. Quit spending money that none of us freaking have. Why are we giving billions of dollars to foreign countries? Why? We barely can afford our own country, and we're giving billions away to other countries. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go on a rant, but you know,
you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's just the living hell because my kids are. I mean, one of them's already working. He went to work. I haven't had to work in 2 weeks. He went to work, and I was like, well, somebody's got to work in this family. And I mean, that was kind of a sad thing, but it's like, geez, they're leaving this debt for our kids, our grandkids, and even our great grandkids after that. And just.
Hey, I just want to take a hot second. I haven't been following the chat too close, but
thank you.
Philip Turner, brother, how are you?
Yeah.
How are you? Pablito.
Yeah, Pablito.
I know we talked to Jenny earlier. Man, you got 36 Patriots in here with us today, man. I think that might be a record for us, our Saturday Night Live.
I just sent it, Mayhem. Oh wait. Oh no, sorry. That's the wrong one there. Sorry. Let's see here.
Sue Eason, the black box.
Hey Jim, have you ever met Mayhem, tactical technician, before?
Like in real life?
No, I mean, like, do you know him from the chats?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we've got some plans going on for the.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he mentioned that in I believe his last video.
Yeah, Annie tagged me in the show me your knife.
Yeah. How are you?
Thing, which I've got to get around to.
Speaking of which, I got both of you now. I did my 4. I haven't seen either one of yours.
I did it. You missed the video?
No, I. When did you do it? Yesterday?
Just you're cutting out. What?
Yeah, I especially went to your channel this morning about 7, 8 o'clock this morning. I hadn't seen it.
Well, then I'm ashamed of you.
I definitely haven't done my job yet, Dangerous Freedom, man. I've been too busy on sentry duty around the house, pacing all night long, checking in on the babies to make sure they're breathing.
Damn me.
I'm going to try to get it done one day this week. I got a lot of stuff.
Hey, I showed you the other day. I got 2 of the knives all ready to go. I just got to dig up 2 more. Yeah, I live in Michigan, man. There's no use for a knife around here, man.
Yeah, guns only, right?
Guns are your best bet, brother. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get it.
The other one in my truck.
Let me get in there. What's going, we don't whip them out like you guys. We carry them strapped to our back in Detroit.
Is that a Camelus? Yep, it is a Camelus. I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, we definitely have knives. We just don't carry them around here.
Jenny, is he old enough to vote? He needs to vote for Roger Henderson.
Well, Ron,
if he's in Michigan,
I know where St. Joseph, Michigan is, and that is definitely not in my district.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, I hope her son is staying safe here in Michigan. We're teetering back and forth between 4th place and 3rd place most days on the
virus
ticker that they keep running.
And face the bug around here.
Yeah, I tell you what, I haven't seen many people in Michigan masked up, gloved up, anything like that. I would say we're not even pulling 5% of the people doing that. It seems to be pretty much business as usual at grocery stores, places that are open. One of the most disturbing things for a smoker like myself was to find out that the smoke shop is closed while we're going through this shutdown. Now, I think I told you I went and hit up a ton of tobacco shops. I roll my own cigarettes, so buying a pack of cigarettes is not really something I enjoy doing. But I just bought 60 pounds of tobacco. They sell it in 3-pound bags, and I'll tell you what. When I stopped out yesterday and pulled up in front of the smoke shop and found that it would be closed indefinitely, it sure made me breathe a little easier, knowing that I had some put back. And
yeah,
these are going to be the things that are going to start to drive people crazy. The vices are what are going to get people. Yeah, exactly.
Zombie Farmer has like tons of tobacco hanging from his wrap.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it gets to the point where I don't have any cigarettes, I'm sure as hell not going to show up at Zombie Farmer's house begging for smokes.
Yeah. Right.
I might not make it home from that trip.
Yeah. It would probably end up different. He would probably welcome you to the compound. You just got to work for it, and I think that's going to be a big thing. I mean, if we do end up getting that bad to where, remember the Great Depression where they would have 4 to 5 generations of people staying in the same house? I don't
think back then people lived 5 generations, but they definitely had 2 or 3 generations back then. My grandmother came from one of those houses. There was my great grandmother, my grandmother, and my father, all in the same house. And that was after the Depression. They kind of got used to living that lifestyle. It made it so much easier for everybody,
I'm telling you, I'm kind of the same way with my kids. I got both of my teenage boys living here. I do have some issues, but they're pretty respectable. and they do their work. I mean, my oldest is already going to work. I mean, you know, you can't beat that. I think I did.
As far as I know, he's the breadwinner of the house right now, isn't he?
Now, technically, I'm still getting paid though.
Yeah.
They're paying me for my time off, but man, if one more week and it's like I'm ready, I'll go back there and I'll just come into work and be like, hey, I'm here. Let's do this.
Well, hey, don't get fired when you're supposed to be staying at home.
I know, right? I'll call first.
I
got to get out of here.
All right. Well, hey, dude, it was good to see you, brother.
Yep.
Yeah,
you guys too.
Stay safe.
I'll be in touch with you about some of those supplies I need to get. Okay.
Right on, brother. Y'all take it easy. Everybody in the chat, have a good night, and I will see y'all next time. Bye.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Later, brother.
Looking for the button.
I've actually seen a little meme going around on Facebook or whatever. It read something to the effects of, "This is the one time sitting at home and doing absolutely fucking nothing can save the world. Don't fuck this up." I mean, hey, I understand the seriousness of the situation with a lot of people not going to work and everything. As you know, Dangerous Freedom, I quit my job last year in August to campaign full time for the U.S. House of Representatives, District 14 seat.
Detroit, Michigan.
And, you know, I understand the financial uncertainty a lot of people are going through. Me and my wife had tremendous financial stress put upon us, being I wasn't receiving any kind of income. She was on maternity leave. We were, you know, basically living off of our savings. And then the day she's supposed to go back to work from maternity leave, they kindly informed her that, you know, she would be laid off because they're not able to open their business back up. They actually converted part of the hospital that she worked into as a quarantine triage area, I guess they would call it. Like they're doing intensive care stuff, people on breathers in the actual portion of the hospital she worked in. So her job is, you know, no longer existent. She worked in rehab. So people that need their therapy, you know, have been told, hey, there's nowhere for you to receive this therapy at this time. And I think a lot of people don't understand how much things are going to change here in the next 2 or 3 months. I mean, how many people don't have the ability to pay their mortgage indefinitely without going to work? How many people don't have the ability to continue to feed themselves with, you know, out going to work to generate some revenue for themselves? It's going to be some really strange times, and
Hey, cool. We got my.
I don't think we're gonna pull out of this and be
There we go.
all good to go by Thursday, like I keep saying.
I
But
know, right? Yeah, it'll be fun. Just trust me. A couple more days. Manny.
hey, American War Horse, what's going on?
What's up, Russ? What's going on, fellas?
Working on getting in here.
Oh boy, nothing's up but my blood pressure lately.
Hey, man. Oh yeah, listen, make no mistake about it, fellas. This is now, I don't know if you caught it in the chat, but I made the comment that this is just going to be a dry run. If you think it's chaotic now, it's going to be more chaotic down the road, because here's this. I want y'all to understand something. I got a letter that I had to print out that basically permitted me to go to my job. It was a letter of permission from Department of Homeland Security, because I'm considered essential personnel, to infrastructure personnel. Okay. Now, I want people to look this up on their own time. I want you to look up a Russian in-state passport. You had to have a passport to go from state to state in Russia. Okay, during the time of the Soviet Union. All right, that was during the time of the Soviet Union. Also, they did the same thing They did the same thing in pre-World War II Germany.
Yep.
You had to have travel papers. Why do you think it is that you had that expression, show me your papers? All right, because if any signature or stamp was out of place, you were in trouble.
Well,
All right, you were in big time trouble.
I'll be honest.
Now,
I'll be honest with you. That real ID thing, when they were like, you have to have this by 2020 or else you can't fly, that was the
right.
same exact thing to me. And I was like, well, you can kiss my ass. And I'm not going on a plane anyways. If I go anywhere, I'm traveling other means.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, guys. You know, how far? It's not that big of a leap.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a leap. Okay. Because it's like I told you all. Now I'm going to try to be eyeballing a chat and
Yeah.
talking to you guys, but sometimes I can't do both at the same time. Yes, Stan Ulk. I hope I pronounce your last name right, Ulk or Ulch. Weimar, Germany, correct. Okay.
Well,
Now,
I don't think most people realize, and I'm sorry, I want to jump in here before you get started,
Yeah,
American
yeah.
Warhouse.
Right, Manny.
yeah,
we
man.
we in America have been carrying papers a long time, and it's called license, registration, proof of insurance.
Yep.
Well, yes, but now it's going to the next level. Okay. Now it's going to the next level. Look, one of the things that folks have to understand, there's a tactic that's used in the military. The Egyptians used it on the Israelis in 1973. They kept repeating the same things over and over and over. The same military exercise. They would uncover their artillery tubes and then go back. Uncover their artillery tubes, go back. And they kept repeating it, repeating it, repeating it. What they did was they lulled the Israeli soldiers to sleep by doing their same things over and over again. All right. They conditioned them to accept it. So when they let loose their attack, all right, the Israeli soldiers had been so conditioned to not respond to what the Egyptians are doing that it was too late by the time they realized what was happening. All right. Now, same tactic applied now. You keep repeating this business over and over and over. Don't forget, folks, this is not the first time we've gone through this. We went through this with Ebola. We went through this with SARS. We went through this with avian. We went through this with swine. This is repetitive. Now we've notched it up to the next level. Okay. Now we've notched it up to the next level. They'll do this again. They might do it again in 2 years, 5 years. This always happens in 2 and 3, 4 year cycles. All right. What was the last one? It was Zika. Okay, a couple of years ago, it was Zika. So they keep ratcheting up things. At no time, let's get this straight. At no time on either the local, city, state, or federal level, with the exception of prohibition, did the feds ever take something away or enact a law, regulation, or rule that they took back. All right. They've always created it, enforced it, and then after a little bit of yelling and screaming and stuff like that, general population settled down to the new routine. Okay, accepted the loss of whatever it is that they took away. All right, most people they're not concerned about anything like a right or something like that unless it directly affects them.
Yep.
Take, for example, the 2A.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take, for example, the 2A. The majority of Americans, I'm sad to say, not only do not understand the 2A, they don't carry at all, even though it's their right to do so.
Hey,
it's not just a right; it's a duty.
It is their duty. But most people are so uncomfortable. They don't, or it's not in their wheelhouse. So therefore, if it's not in their wheelhouse, they don't care about it. All right. That's an unfortunate reality. Okay.
Yeah.
Most people do not carry. All right.
Here's the thing though, Manny, is a lot of people with this new panic coming in, have been out there trying to buy guns, and I mean, like a third of them, from what I heard, were anti-gunners before, and they're trying to buy guns, and they realize all of a sudden, wow, I can't just pick one up in one day. No, if you live in California, wait, no,
now we're getting somewhere. That isn't that the biggest hypocritical thing you've ever heard? You was yelling and screaming, and you hated us who carried guns. You hated us. Thought we were all crazy. Matter of fact, Dangerous and Detroit, when I went down to the 2A rally back in January.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I know the chat. Everybody who knows me personally, who's in the chat, and you guys know,
yeah,
I happen to be a Puerto Rican. I was born and raised in New York. I'm a Puerto Rican by birth. I have been labeled and called a crazy white supremacist so many times it doesn't even carry any weight with me anymore.
I always thought you were American, to be honest.
I am, but apparently I'm a crazy white supremacist. Okay.
Well, you know what? So is Roger.
Yeah.
Roger, damn supremacist.
No, check it out. So I met women, crazy white supremacists who happen to be black and all the rest. I've met black white supremacists. I've met Asian white supremacists. You know, you name it, you name the color, I've met them. Okay. But the thing is, all of a sudden, it's in their wheelhouse. Remember what I said? Now it's in their wheelhouse because they suddenly realize, what do you mean I can't go into a gun shop like these gun nuts and just pick up a gun? No, stupid, because the last 20, 30, 40 years, you put restrictions in place to restrict
our Second Amendment. That's what they did. They destroyed our Second Amendment, and now they're slapping them in the freaking face.
It's a hard realization to stand there at that counter and realize you personally have put such restrictions on your protection that you're dead.
You killed it.
If it really goes,
yourself.
Yeah. Right. If it goes bad, you're dead because everybody that didn't want anybody to have guns always called somebody with a gun when they thought things were getting out of hand. They called the police. Now when the police don't show up, they still want a gun there. They just want to be the owner of the gun now. Now they understand the importance of your own self-defense.
It's not even.
They are learning the hard way. They are learning the hard way. Yeah. That's saying that when seconds counts, the cops are minutes away. They're learning that one the hard way now. All right. And good. Now, I'll tell you this. If one of those anti-2A people were to come to me, okay, and say, you know what, I need to learn how to shoot and all the rest of that stuff, I'd do it. You know why? Because I want you on my side and I want to make sure that you're protected. Exactly. Okay, you have the same right. You have the same right as anybody else. It says so under the 2A. All right. But here's the thing, guys, and chat, you know, the time to, okay, let me roll this back. Why do you go to boot camp? Why do soldiers and sailors and Marines and whatnot go to boot camp? To learn how to fight and to fight together as a team. The time to learn how to fight together as a team is not on the battlefield. You learn it beforehand.
Exactly.
Okay? So the time to learn how to shoot and all the rest of that stuff is not when a guy's got a gun in your face. Okay. The time to learn is beforehand. The time to learn how to prep, even just a little bit, okay, is not when you have this insanity that has gripped the world. The time to learn is beforehand. You ask people, such as yourself, Detroit, and such as yourself, Dangerous, you know, you ask people who have been, you know, doing this for a while. All right, to give you some pointers. Don't do this. Well, like the power pack, that charger that you were showing before, Detroit. Okay, the time to get one of those is not when they're out of them. Yeah. The time to get one is beforehand. You do the intelligent thing. I've had long-time friends. There's a bunch of people in this chat from Florida. Florida people will tell you the time to prep for a hurricane is not when it's 20 miles off your shore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weeks out.
You know? Yeah.
You're always prepared for it. You just are always prepared for a hurricane. If it lasts 2 weeks, you always have at least 2 weeks worth of food and preps. I mean, I do it the same way, even though I don't get hurricanes. I mean,
Right.
I'm good. I'm good to go for a bit. And I mean,
Well,
I went above and beyond. I mean, I made sure I had extra for family and
Well,
maybe
I
some
think
travelers.
I've talked about the time to prep before. I told a story our last live chat about my cousin who called and
Yeah.
got mad at me because I wouldn't give him all these bullets, and he's freaking out and he has to defend his home and everything else that he wasn't worried about a month ago, a year ago, 12 years ago when I started telling him to get ready, and now he is. And it took me to let him know that, hey, I'm not gonna mess up my plan because of your poor planning, to motivate him enough to go out these last couple of weeks and do the work, buy the bullets he needs, find them. No, they're not as easy to buy now, but if you're willing to go out and drive around, you'll find them in some store. And he's done
absolutely.
that. He's gone from having 40 bullets and one
Mm-hmm.
handgun to having 3 handguns, and he says
Mm-hmm.
about 4,000 rounds along with a rifle. So
Good for
There you
him.
there
go.
is still
Good for
time
him.
to prepare.
Yeah,
I
Sure.
just hope those that
Well,
need to prepare are taking this time right now to do it, because
but
as
man,
much as things are shut down right now, when everything is truly closed,
everything is so much more
it,
expensive.
it's going to be
It's going to be
well,
a
not just
lot more.
game on. It's going to be, hey,
well,
you
not
guys just went through this for 3 months. And now everything's closed. And even in that 3 months when shit was sliding into the pond, you guys didn't do anything about it. So I'd like to, if he's going to watch this video tonight, tell him how proud I am of him. Tell him don't
good.
stop now.
Good.
Any penny you got, you better put it into all the things you didn't buy the 12 years previous.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Because no matter
It's
whether they keep the stores open or close the stores, everything you buy today will have value, no matter how this turns out.
yeah.
Amen.
Not only that, but again, now let's again, and I'm right with you there, Detroit. But here's the thing, man. Just a couple of things. First of all, I touched upon it before about the conditioning. Okay, be aware. When I mean woke, I want the chat to understand. When I say woke, I'm not talking about the leftist kind of woke. Okay, I'm talking about our kind of woke.
Yeah.
All right, our kind of
Your
woke.
eyes are wide open like holes.
Okay, pay attention. Now, let me ask folks this. All right, and I know these folks in here are smart enough to know this.
Absolutely.
How do you boil a frog? How do you boil a frog? Do you drop it into the hot water? No. You put it in the pot and you crank up the heat a little bit at a time until it's too late. Okay. You got to use your head. Okay. First of all, get a grip on yourself. Okay. That's for starters. Get a damn grip on yourself. Okay. Second, do the things that you need to do. It's let's take the whole hurricane thing. And if you live up north, Detroit, I know you know what I'm talking about. When there's a lot of snow comes your way, okay,
Knows about
you
snow.
know you're gonna be locked in for a while. What do? You know it's coming. You live in Detroit. You know it's gonna happen.
Whole video about that on my channel, brother. And the fact that every time it happens every year, I sit and watch all my neighbors warm themselves in their cars and all this other crazy stuff. And, I get it, I guess. But if the lights do ever go out and they don't come back on, warming yourself in your car is only going to last as long as the gas in your tank.
That's it. There comes a point where, and I'm not talking about, again, you don't go out there at the last damn second. I live in Virginia. There's a nasty, ugly, disgusting 4-letter word that you say around here that has people completely freaked out. Okay. It's that thing that you encounter, Detroit. It's called snow.
Yeah.
All right. You mention that nasty word around here, people lose their ever-loving minds. This is not the first time I've ever seen this, but this is now on mega steroids. Okay, this is on serious mega steroids. But around here, you got three choices: either learn how to deal with it, keep yourself inside permanently, or go back to wherever it is you came from that doesn't have any snow. Okay, that's your three choices. But
Hey, Manny,
but if you,
I don't want to
what
break
was it?
off your point too far, but do you think this could be government engineered? I mean, we do have a lot of high tech weapons. Well, I should say our government does. We don't. I mean, we all want those weapons, but they don't tell us what they've got. I mean, we see them in movies 10 years after they've been developed. Remember the Predator suit? I mean, you know.
Right.
So, do you think this is engineered?
Well, let me put it to let me ask you a question, or not a question. Let me point something out. There's an old saying: "Never let a good crisis go to waste."
Yeah,
Okay.
I know who said that piece.
Now, you don't. Maybe this isn't engineered by us because China does have that technology. Okay.
Okay.
And all. Now listen. This business that this is not a bioengineered deal. That's a fantasy. Because when I was in the Navy, we used to train for what was called an NBC attack: nuclear, biological, and chemical.
Philip.
All right. This is a biologic. This is a bioengineered biological weapon. All right.
Okay.
Now, I don't necessarily think I don't think we did it at all. This is the Chi-Coms.
They claimed it on us. I mean, they pulled the old Democrat.
The Chi-Coms are out of their minds. The Chi-Coms are nuts.
Well, they did the Democrat policy. It's like, oh, whatever we do, we'll blame on them, and then waste like millions and billions of taxpayer dollars on a crusade that there is nothing to gain from because he never did it. He didn't do it. Wow, go figure. I'm getting so sick of this, Manny.
Right. Well, let me put it to you this way. Okay.
We're getting sick of this.
This whole thing. First of all, who are the Chi-Coms mad at? Who are they mad at? They're mad at Mr. President. Okay. Because why? He made them eat a trade deal that gave them the store. Okay, so he turned around and made them eat a trade deal, amongst other things. Now they want to get back at him. Now, understand something. The Chi-Coms are not averse to wiping out a few of their own people to get their ends. They went through the Cultural Revolution in the late 60s, early 70s, okay, where they wiped out all kinds of their own people.
What government to kill their own citizens?
Okay, well, Chi-Coms, Chinese communists.
History. That's what governments do. They kill their own citizens. And guess what? We're citizens. Wow. Look out. Get a freaking gun and learn how to use it.
The Chi-Coms, okay, they started this. All right, because Chinese New Year. Let's understand something. We started getting ideas of that this was going on last year. We kind of sort of were hearing things.
Yeah, back in December, I believe. Yeah.
Back in December. Now, when did this thing become a serious big deal? Beginning of February. Yeah. All right. Now, I don't want nobody to take my word for this. Nobody take my word for this. Go look this up. Chinese New Year was in February. Around the same time this whole thing blew up, because the Chinese people traditionally go back to China if they can to celebrate New Year. So you have all these people from everywhere coming into China to celebrate New Year because it is a major big deal. It's the big deal of their calendar.
Our first known case came back from China. She was a Chinese student.
What you were saying, American Warhorse, that New Year's holiday is the heaviest air traffic for China
of the
year. And in some years, from what I saw, I can't confirm it or anything. I read a story. Their air travel around the world actually doubles from what it is normally
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
during the Chinese New
Right.
Year. And it's
Right.
not so much that they leave China and go around the world, they come into China from around the world,
Mhm.
and
Right.
then they leave and go back to
You-
where they came
That's
from.
right.
Yeah, they
So
was
what do
very
they take back with them? So what do they take back with them?
well, and to be honest with you, New Orleans, the Mardi Gras they just had. I mean, they let it go on, and that was probably maybe a big mistake. I don't know. I mean, you can't just cut down people's rights because you might get sick. I mean, you honestly, that's up to the individual. Now there
How,
are
how, how many people, though, Dangerous Freedom, do you think are really upset about being stuck in their houses? I mean,
I'm not
short of the people like you who go to work every day and are now facing destitution,
if I
Right.
the average recipient doesn't mind sitting at home, weathering this
Right.
out, catching up on Netflix or whatever,
Right.
because they're so short sighted. All they see right now is, hey, I don't got to worry about paying my bills. They're going to send me a little food money. And, what do I always say in my videos? Most people I talk to about this, and I mention that, say, hey, that's all I really need when it
Right.
comes right down to it.
Right.
Freedom is a concept I think most people don't even
They don't understand.
understand
They
anymore.
don't. No. Basic
Yeah.
freedom, they don't. Now, having traveled all over the place, I can tell you that a lot of places, okay, a lot of countries don't even have near what we do. Now they are westernized, they have their freedoms and stuff like, but uh
Mm,
not to this level. Now,
not to our level, no.
not to our level. Now, getting back to the point I was making, then I'll move on. Okay? You release this bioweapon, okay? Because it just so happens the corporation that owned the virus engineered this thing in the first place was within walking distance of the largest open air market in Wuhan. I didn't take anybody's word for it. I checked that out myself. Okay. And it's there. Now, you send all these people back. Now it's a big deal. You're people, let's understand the reason that sporting events are canceled, the reason that politicians are freaking out and all the rest of that stuff, because politicians
Amen.
get the same talking points at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. They're just repeating what they were told. They don't have a magic bullet. They're just repeating what they're told. It's called a talking point. All right. And they're all marching off of the same sheet of music right now. Okay. You turn on any channel, any of these politicians, they sound virtually the same. Okay. Now, the top medical people, I can say this because I work in a hospital. All right. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse, but I support the medical staff.
You play one on TV.
Okay. Yeah, I play one on TV. Exactly.
Yeah.
So you have the doctors like Fauci and all the rest of them haven't put these on a patient in God knows how long. They're what I call political doctors. Okay. They provide information, but they only provide the information to the politicians from the doctors in the field that tell them. So a doctor in the field tells Fauci and all the rest of that stuff, this is what we see, and Fauci spits it back out at President Trump, okay, or any politician, because they're high level people. They don't put hands on patients anymore. They make a phone call, they read charts and graphs, okay, and stuff like that, and they formulate a decision. That's how this is done. That's how this is done. Now, since I work in a hospital, I can tell you for a fact that at least in my hospital, okay, at least in the one I have, we follow the same protocols. We wash our hands like we're supposed to. I mean, by the way, is basic hygiene a new invention? Is that a new invention?
No,
Okay. I guess
my business.
Yeah. So I guess tomorrow we learn shapes and colors. Okay. Because this is supposed to be basic stuff.
Well,
All right.
unfortunately, what they've done the new society down to, honestly, it's not far off there, Manny.
I
I mean,
know. I know.
you gotta look at some of these people. I mean, there's no common sense in their head. They are just walking around like sheep, pretty
Right.
much. And
Can I jump in here for a minute?
Yeah. Detroit.
Roger.
I once again appreciate you having me on. I have to get to doing my chores.
Oh, it's good to
A
see.
new
Well,
father's work is never done.
yeah,
But,
no kidding.
thanks a ton for having me on. I hope next Saturday you got some time and maybe we could do this again.
Yeah.
American Warhorse, it was awesome to have you on here.
I appreciate you,
And
Detroit.
everybody in the
Appreciate you,
chat,
Detroit.
thanks for showing up. Thanks for all the comments. And I hope to see everybody soon.
Take it easy, Detroit.
All right, brother.
All right. All right,
Talk
man.
to you later, Roger.
All right. You guys have a good night. I'll be watching.
Okay.
Cool.
Let's not mess this up too bad, Manny.
Well, I'm so, but the thing is, well, you know me, I could run my mouth for hours. That's not that's neither here nor there.
What you're talking about is not. It's nothing that we don't already agree with, or it's worth listening to.
I appreciate that.
And maybe there's some people in here that don't quite understand like you do. I mean, we're all different. That's the thing about
Right.
peppers. I mean, I prepare
Right.
for what's in my 10-mile radius. You prepare for what's in your 10-mile radius, and a lot of times that is a different thing. But hey,
Right.
my brother, CFP, survival prepping.
So
but so we all prepare differently, but we all prepare accordingly.
sure.
I would leave that.
Sure.
We prepare accordingly for what we've got.
Yeah. But the bottom line is, this is now. I hope I am dead wrong. I hope I am dead wrong, and that I'm talking out of my ear. Okay. But to me, based on history, based on historical facts that I have double and triple checked, okay?
Yep.
It seems to me that in many ways, the American public will continue to be conditioned to something else, okay? It's just been borne out over history, all right? We get, again, let's start with simple rights. In your father's lifetime, okay, certainly in my father's lifetime, would it have been you could buy guns and ammo out of the Sears and Roebuck catalog.
Yep.
Okay. It was easy to buy. Hunting and fishing and things like that were an American way of life. And fortunately, it still is. But you could buy things out of the Sears and Roebuck catalog. You can go down to almost your local hardware store.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And buy ammo and whatnot.
Yeah, but I just did that the other day. Not kidding you.
Yeah. Now, these things are being slowly taken away from us because of gun laws. Meanwhile,
because control laws.
I encourage everybody to do this themselves. Go find out the cities that have the most murders and crime and the highest rates of crime. They're all leftist controlled.
Oh yeah,
that's a fact. I don't have to make nothing up.
No,
this is a fact.
Yeah, it's a proof. Okay, we all, most of it. I think most of us know that. But no, to anybody that might listen or hear this in the future, it is true. If you look at it, they've got the strictest gun control, and they have the most shootings because criminals don't listen to laws. But I'll tell you what. In a state like mine, where we have open gun laws, there are a lot less criminals in my part of town than there are in Detroit or wherever.
Absolutely. By the way, Tigger Killam, I see in the chat stream. Yeah, guns were on the back of trucks, the truck racks. I remember those.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember those.
And
I'm not that far gone.
I'll tell you what. I graduated in '91, and we still had gun racks even to the 89s. I mean, there were still gun racks in our trucks. I mean, Arizona, we're one of the last bastions of the Wild West.
Right.
You know, California, we got California trying to infiltrate from one side, and then we got New Mexico on the other side. But there are enough of us that are standing up and saying, no, you can't do that to us. We're not going to accept it. And we are still number one for gun rights in the nation, as far as
I am hoping and praying that it stays that way.
Yeah.
But look, folks.
Oh, trust me, it will.
Like yourself.
If I have to spill blood, it will. Manny, I am so pissed at what's going on right now, brother.
Right. But look, my daughters are in their 20s right now.
Yep.
Okay.
My
father passed away in 2005. So within 2 generations of my father, the World War II guy, okay, my father served during World War II. Okay. Within 2 generations from me, I know it's like 3 for other people. In 2 generations from me, we went from the majority of people having and understanding the Constitution and their gun rights and stuff like that, to now we, as gun-toting Second Amendment folks, we are vastly outnumbered by those who do not even understand the 2A. Okay,
Yeah.
much less do anything about it, like as in arm themselves.
No, I get what you're saying, but a lot of them are getting guns and they don't have a clue. I mean, I watch, dude, trust me, like 2/3 of my travel is through gun channels, and a lot of them are doing like first time, you know, like gun handling 101. You know, first of all, you always treat the gun as it's always loaded. Of course, that's number one. Number two, you don't shoot it. You don't point it at anything you don't want to destroy. And just they go over the 4 basics. And I mean, it gets old for people like you and I, but we have a lot of these people that are new to this, and we don't have any clue of how they are going to handle that new weapon. I mean, this could possibly be dangerous, but at the same time, I'm thinking that it's going to teach a lot of these people that it's like, hey, wow, you use this thing responsibly. It's just like a tool, like everybody else said, like grabbing a freaking hammer and driving a nail in. I mean,
you're more likely to die from blunt force trauma than a gunshot. That's a fact. By the way, Philip Turner, I saw you. My respects to your dad, who was early Vietnam. Those Vietnam guys have a special place in my heart because they're the guys that trained me. Okay, they're the guys that trained me. All right, and much respect to you also, Philip Turner, for your service. I appreciate you. But the bottom line is, you know, okay. When I became an engineer, I had to learn the tools of the trade. I couldn't be afraid of it, you know, and I knew what I was getting myself into. All right. And I used these things responsibly. All right. The tools of my trade. If you're going to use a weapon, first of all, there's this idea that a weapon is going to kill you. No weapon ever killed anybody. It's the user who killed somebody.
It's just like I can't shoot the virus. I wish I could shoot the virus and kill it, but I can't. The best I could do is shoot somebody that's got it. Now my driver. I mean, I get what you're saying, bro.
You know, you get what I'm saying. But the thing is, you learn if you decide that if you were anti-2A before, and I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh like crazy if these anti-2A people suddenly realize the value of a weapon and they wind up 2A pro 2A people for the rest of their lives. That would be just cool.
Could we see the NFA literally being torn apart by Donald Trump? Be like, this was signed back in 1934. When was it signed? 34, 36, and just
34.
Just rip it in half. Be like, that is gone. Throw it in the fire out in front of them. White House.
You,
That was,
you hope.
dude. I mean, there's a lot of things, and a lot of people are saying drain the swamp. I'm of the opinion, let's burn the swamp, because what lives through fire? Not very much. But
Not very much.
they seem to survive very well down in that swamp out there. I mean,
Well,
they dug it
it's
out and put the White House and the Capitol and all that on it, but man, that swamp came right back, and I think it's deeper than ever.
well, the problem is that the president is not going to fix in 4 or even 8 years
No,
what has been in place for more than 50.
he can't.
Okay,
No, I
not by
understand.
himself. Not
Well,
by himself, he can't.
I mean, we've seen it like with Ronald Reagan, man. If you look at a lot of his outserts, he's like, what are the 9 most frightening words? We're from the government. We're here to help. I mean, he was warning us from the 80s that, did we forget the freedoms that our forefathers fought and died for? And
Because, and I think I know why. I think I know why. When you, and I'm not saying that this is exclusively the reason. This is not the only reason. Back in my father's day, who came out of World War II, those guys understood and they fought and they died for the Constitution.
yeah,
My shipmates and others across all the branches, we understand, okay, what we were standing for. All right, maybe not at the beginning, but certainly as you got into your career, you understood what separated you from everybody else. Now, think about it. Within 2 or 3 generations, we've gone from from a huge amount of men and women who were veterans to now less and less and less. And again, and let's understand this from also an educational point of view. They're not teaching. They're not teaching the Constitution. They're not teaching the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and especially, and the excuse is because it was written in cursive. Well, sadly to say, okay, kids can't read cursive. They can't even figure out an analog clock.
fine,
Okay.
fine, dude.
Well, yours do
But I
because yours is
treat my kids way differently. I mean, my kids already own guns, so
right,
there you go.
right,
And they're not
right.
even 21. But you know what? My kids own guns. They
That's
know
it.
how to use them too. I mean, Manny,
Right.
you, you know where I'm at.
I know you're right, but
I'm ready for it to go down. Because I would rather go off and fight than my kids. Because you know what? I've done my time. I'm damn near 50 years old, brother. I've done my time. I can still move. I'm still a quick thinker. And oh man, I feel bad about leaving my kids behind. That would be the hardest thing for me, is to go. I'm going to war.
yeah, but you did everything that you could. Sometimes life has to teach the lessons. Listen, let me tell you something. Nothing scares me to death more, okay, than my daughters being in trouble.
Yep.
All right. That's when you're just going to see the fangs come out. You're going to see the claws come out and all the rest. All right. I used to tell my kids, I used to beg my kids when I sent them to school, please do not get into trouble. Okay. Please don't let anybody bully you because your old man, okay, is half out of his skull. I'm the guy that's going to be on the 6 o'clock news, okay, hogtied in the back of a police cruiser because if anybody picked on you, I'd come down there with a baseball bat looking for retribution, okay, not explanations. That's how it's done.
Yep.
So that's the bottom line. By the way, Atema the Hun, you raised your kids reading cursive. Excellent. Very good that you homeschool. Excellent.
I'll tell you what, Manny is one guy you really don't want to piss off. I'll tell you what. I mean, you probably wouldn't want to piss me off, but man,
no.
that guy, he'll mess you up, dude.
Well, I appreciate that, but that's me. Because so nothing scares me to death more than seeing my kids in trouble. But at the same time, I realize that I have trained them as well as I can. Now life experience has to take over, and they're gonna have to fall down, and they're gonna have to get bumped around by life, and they're gonna learn because my girls are smart. They know what they're doing, and so um, uh, so yeah, I've done. You as a dad and myself as a dad, we all can only do just so much. We as parents, those of us in here who are parents, we can train our kids as well as we can. Then we got to let them loose into the world to let them know what life is. And then you're there to guide, you're there to guide, and you're there to assist, and you're there to advise.
Yep.
Okay.
I do it pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Because my son comes up to me, working in HVAC, he's got a few questions, and I'll give him the best answer. I mean, a lot of his stuff is above my level. I mean, I never worked on HVAC, and I mean, I'm a amateur electrician. I mean, I can rewire a house and stuff like that. But other than that, it's like, I don't know about that. Like, I can't look inside a unit and say, oh, that condenser's bad, But he's that good.
Atimida Han, you're welcome. So the bottom line is, as this whole thing with this virus, this whole thing with government, this whole thing with rights, as it progresses, it is up to us. It is up to us to not only be watchful, not only do what we can to train up our kids, but at the other time, but again, besides that, the bottom line is we need to be aware, and we need to stand up for what is being taken away, because bit by bit by bit,
they're
stripping everything away.
Everything,
okay?
Every damn thing. Our right to free speech. I mean, New York, I'm not trying to call you out, but he's saying, be careful what you say in the chat. And it's like, why should I have to be careful? I feel a certain way about things.
Well, I'll tell you what.
But you know what? He's absolutely right in that aspect. Sure. They could shut my channel down tomorrow. And New York, God bless you, brother. You've got a tough job. Dude,
yeah.
All my friends in New York and surrounding areas, and New Jersey, and even parts of Connecticut.
Sure.
What the hell is going on? That you're in ground zero. You guys are in ground zero. I mean, we've got we just barely broke 2,000 here. I think we're like number 8 in the nation for cases. I mean, I don't know. What are you looking at?
Well, our numbers float around, and you know what? They float around from again, they're all marching to the same sheet of music. Okay? So it's hard to tell because everybody gets the same talking points from the same people. Okay? So it's hard to tell. I think we're farther down on the list. Okay? We're like at 17, we're like 1,200, 1,300,
Okay.
And all. But that changes. It always changes. The real numbers, we don't even know. We honestly don't even know.
Man, if we ever got honest numbers from China, do you think it would just barely be breaking 1 million? I bet we'd be like 3 or 4 million, and God knows how many deaths. I mean, China. We all know China is lying to us. I mean, I don't think anybody in this chat denies that.
No, they're not foolish.
And so we're relying on data we get from Italy and Europe and places like that. And they hit us just before. But now I'm hearing rumors that this plague is going to hit us all the way through March. All the way through May.
Here's the thing. I think the problem is, to be honest with you, I think the problem is that
You know,
too many is the fear of the unknown. You gotta understand something. At the hospital where I'm at, we're there. We've got cases in the hospital. Okay.
Yep.
We do things slightly different now. Okay. Because it is a fear of the unknown. That's what's got people all freaked out. In my opinion, this is strictly anything I say in this chat. Understand, folks, and I'm addressing everybody in the chat, and I'm addressing you, Dangerous. Any time I say something, this is my opinion based on what I have seen, read, and digest and analyzed.
and
Okay, these are my opinions.
and you do work in a hospital, correct?
And I do work in a hospital. So
That might
here,
have a little bit more merit considering.
Right.
Yeah.
so the bottom line is what's driving this whole thing is fear of the unknown. Because look at what our society is right now. Okay, look at this. You see this? This is instant gratification. What I'm talking to you off of is a computer. Instant gratification. We've all seen this, and this is just an example. Okay. An airplane goes down. Okay. Airplane crashes. The reporters show up. There's still smoke coming out of the airplane, and all the rest. That's the collecting bodies. What happened? An airplane crashed. Yeah, but what caused it? We don't know. It's going to take 6 months to a year to do the investigation, and the plane is still smoking. So what do they do for the 6 and 11 o'clock news? After a while, when they don't get enough answers, what happens? The news starts making it up. The pilot was drunk. He got into a fight with his wife. He was high. He wanted to commit suicide. They're going to make up their own answers. Okay. And with this thing, it's no different because answers are not prevalent. Okay. They're just going to dramatize the insanity. Okay. They're going to whip up the public frenzy. Okay. They're going to whip up the public frenzy because they want answers. People are comforted by answers. All right.
So I want to go back to an earlier point that you brought up when you were talking about history. And it's like a lot of the news that we're getting today, there are big pieces of the puzzle missing. And you know what I've been doing? I've been putting history back into that. And I'm like, wow, man, when you start looking at history, wow.
Yeah.
Just freaking wow, man. I mean, this is going to go two ways, Manny. Either enough of the people are going to be like, oh, we need to be safe and secure in our homes, or enough of the people are going to be like me and like, I prefer dangerous freedom. Let's go. Let's rock.
Well,
let's do it now.
That's what I'm talking.
They want to wear us out until we're too old to fight back against them.
Well, that's why.
Manny, I'm sorry, bro.
No, that's why we need to train. That's why we need to train up the next generation in and you give them the history of this country. Okay? This country which I love. I was born here. My ancestry traces back to Europe, and I think most of us can say that.
Mine goes back to Germany back in the 1700s.
Well, there you go. But what the bottom line is,
before both sides have been here before the revolution. So
right. This is the beauty of this country. Why now? This is for me personally. I'm not speaking for anybody else. This is for me. I want to see this country back to where it was, okay, with its freedoms and stuff like that, because I have buried at sea too many shipmates. There are far too many markers in battlefields all over this planet of guys who never came home, who fought and died for this place, okay, for this place.
I mean, you know, like World War I and II, I could see it, but man, when you start getting into, I mean, even Korea and to an extent, but Vietnam, I mean, why were we even there? I mean, that I still question myself. I was barely born. I mean,
well, I can tell you why. I can tell you why.
They were leaving.
There was a policy back then, which I can get into at some other time, but there was a policy back then of if one country falls to communism, they all will. It was called the domino theory. Okay, if one country fell, they would all fall. All right. The problem is not that it was the execution and prosecution of the war that was bad. Okay, it was bad policy. Uh, uh, um, it was bad policy. It was bad. It was it was a the war was not executed as it should have been. Okay, they basically went in with one hand tied behind their back. All right. Now, Korea was a success. Korea was a success because look at South Korea as opposed to North Korea. All you've got to do is call up a picture of the Korean Peninsula, and you can sure enough tell where the North Koreans are and where the South Koreans are, even at night. Okay? It was a successful war because the South Koreans remained free and became very prosperous.
Yeah.
Now,
I should. Well, I used to. I mean, when I had a job, I think I've still got a job. I mean, they're paying me, even though I'm off work. I've been off work for a week now, and I'm off work next week, but they're still paying me. I'm guessing they're saying after next week we're going back to work. No ifs, ands, or buts. We may have to wear masks and gloves. And I'm
you
like,
do those things that you have to do.
yeah, dude, I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't want to touch you or feel you up or anything like that. It's like,
Well, it's like us at the hospital. Understand something. We
wow.
do hand washing. We do hand washing. We do those things to protect the patients from us. Okay? Because these patients are sick, their immune systems are compromised. You don't want to make them any sicker.
Yeah.
Okay? You don't want to kill them.
That's
All right?
that's the most threatening thing is like you said, I've got older family and I've got weaker family. I mean, you know,
Mm-hmm.
my kids come out, you know, they're teenagers, 19 and 15, and they're like, I ain't worried about this. And I'm like, but yeah, grandma likes to come over and see you. You can't be doing that. You're not
Right.
man, because
Right.
I mean, my oldest son is still going to work. It's like, yeah, maybe he gets it on him. Who knows? For all we know, Manny, we've already had it. And everybody in the chat too. Maybe we've already had it. And it was just like, you know, one night we felt like shit. And the next day it's like, back up and at 'em. I mean,
Even if you have, okay, let's do this. It doesn't even have to be this virus. Doesn't even have to be this virus. How many times has anybody ever been sick? Okay, and I'm asking the chat this, and I'm going to try to look at the chat while he steps out for a minute. All right, how many times have we just been sick with something, with a cold or the flu or something? And you don't want to go anywhere near your grandparents or anything like that because you don't want to make them sick. Okay? Same thing. This is no different. You should exercise your common sense. Don't go around your elderly folks. You love them. If you love them, you take care of them. And if you're sick, you stay away from them. Okay? So if you're just be respectful, you know, and give them peace of mind. Give them peace of mind. Okay? Because that eases their nerves. Old folks get nervous very, very easy because they're very, very vulnerable. So just take care of them. Okay, see to their needs, see to the needs of your elderly neighbors. This is a good opportunity to do something kind for your neighbors. All right, and you know, look after them if they need something. All right. Now, it's really that simple. Just do that. Now, Kevin Moore fan, I think when I saw earlier, here's what I was talking about, and I hope I got this right, Kevin Moore fan. Okay, what I was talking about was, for me personally, I want to see this country stay strong. I want to see this country back to where it was because I buried at sea far too many shipmates, and there are markers all over this planet of men and women who died for this country okay? And they are under markers on battlefields the world over, or in ships that are at the bottom of the sea. So for me, this is personal, okay, as it is for everybody else. But
Yeah.
mine is a different take because I link it to history. Okay, my shipmates go back to the beginning of this country, even though I never served with them, I never knew them personally. They go back to the beginning. They're my shipmates. Okay, and so are the soldiers, Marines, and the airmen, and all these and coasties who fought for this country. All right. So that's what I hope. I hope that gives you the answer that I think that you wanted. Unless I got that wrong, and if I got that wrong, hit me up in a text. I'll straighten it out.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that was pretty in depth. I don't think I can top that.
No, that's okay, man. But you know what, Dangerous? We do our jobs. We got to do our jobs as parents. We cannot depend on the school system to teach our kids everything. History means nothing. History means nothing unless we can put faces to places, and things like that. And since your family goes back to the revolution, you have a great opportunity to teach some of your kids about some of their family members who may have served wherever. Okay? You have a great opportunity to do that.
My great grandfather started uh, uh, not a monologue. He started his own journal way back when, and then my dad and his brother took all of the past journal articles and put them together, and so we actually have a history. I mean, we even fought in the Civil War. We fought for the North, but we were still in the Civil War. Yeah, my family goes way back. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, see, Rebel Jack right in here. Rebel Jack in the chat. I just see it right now. My family goes back to the Mayflower. Look, man, this is a beautiful opportunity. Don't depend on the school system
don't
to
depend on
do.
the government. You can't even
Yeah,
depend on the government right now. And you know that
no.
they've got one, Manny, they've got one job. They can't even do that right. What
Mm-hmm.
what do we do? Well, I know what we're supposed to do. If you're not doing your job, you're fired. I mean, that's why we
Mm-hmm.
hired Donald Trump. But he can't get him fired fast enough.
Well,
We have to
regardless,
fire
yeah.
We have to fire ourselves and fire them. Fire on. Never mind what I was gonna say.
I know.
Yeah, I know you.
But here's a suggestion for the chat.
They're done.
Right.
They're done.
Here's a suggestion for the chat. Okay, this is just a suggestion. I have a book in my possession called Constitutional Writings, or the U.S. I'm sorry, let me roll that back. See, now you've got me doing it. Okay. It's called the U.S. Constitution and Other Writings. It's got a big American flag on the front of it. Okay. I would suggest each person in the chat get themselves a copy because it has the U.S. Constitution in print, just in case your loved ones can't read cursive. Okay. It has the Declaration of Independence, and it also has writings from Jefferson on down. Okay. I would suggest keeping a copy in your house. I have one. I keep it along with my Bible. All right.
Yeah, I got mine right here.
Yeah. See, so you should.
It's in print, just like you said. I can read the entire thing, and the Second Amendment is like the easiest one to read. You ever notice that? The one that they made the easiest to read and understand, nobody can understand on the other side. They're like, you don't need that scary black pistol. No,
Do you know what they're trying to do now?
only we can have that.
Do you know? Do you know what they? Do you know? Do you know what they're trying to do now with the 2A? Only the 2A. This is an interesting experiment.
I got a few ideas.
There are university professors who are trying to do what's called linguistic translation. Okay. In other words, they're trying to take the 2A apart word for word, to make sure that it means what it says. Okay. So in other words, they're trying to twist it around to their own means. Yes, Melody, I know. I was just trying to be respectful in the chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Hang on a second. She said, no, I was talking about you saying something about California trying to get a loan from China. Yes, Governor Gavin Newsom went to the Chinese to ask for a loan from the Chicoms to pay off his debts for California because he robbed the piggy bank, and that's why their pensions, their state pensions, and all of their programs are about to fold.
Wait. So does that mean that Donald Trump basically told Governor Newsom that no, we're not paying for your bailout?
No.
Why are they asking?
Newsom went to the Chicoms. Newsom went to the Chinese government to ask them for a loan to bail him out because he stole the piggy bank dry or empty of his pensions and all the rest of that stuff. That's why his pensioners are freaking out. Okay, because it's coming due. Newsom went to the Chinese, and the Chinese said no. The Chinese turned him down. So
Man.
now he is in a jam. Atema the Hun, you have a good night.
Good night, hun. Yes, Tema.
Atema the Hun.
And Tema, I've known for quite a while. Thank you for coming into my chat.
Yep.
One of these times, maybe I'll have you on.
Take it easy, New York Outcast.
Dude, that is crazy, dude. You know, you blow all the government's money, all your state's money. That's why so many Californians are pissed and leaving. I mean, even the Patriots, for a lot of them, I mean, some of them have lived their entire life, and they're like, I'm done. I can't live here anymore. And it's like they're leaving their hometown, their home state, and their home state is a shithole.
Jenny, I don't know if you're addressing that to me about the national security issue, but no, not technically. It's not technically a national security issue. Okay, not in the strictest sense. I don't know if you were addressing that to me, but I just saw that question and that was my answer. Okay. So
New York, you have a good night, brother.
Yeah, New York Outcast, you take it easy. So
he's a
bottom line is
he's a Patriot.
That's cool.
Really in a shithole. He's in
ground beautiful
zero.
Thing.
New York Patriot is in ground zero right now. I'll give him brave man.
So the bottom line is Newsom went to the Chinese. The Chinese told him to go to hell. Well, they didn't tell him to go to hell. They just told him to get lost. Okay. So, and that's the reality. This is public information if anybody would bother to look it up. Now, I'm not saying, you know, you just got to stay aware. And thank God that there are people who go and research this stuff, you know, and find out about these things. There comes a point where the insanity is eating itself, you know, and it's just ridiculous, you know. It is. It's just gotten ridiculous. Melody, you're absolutely right. We need to be self-sufficient equals the American way. Melody, you are absolutely 100% spot on correct.
Yeah, okay. No, Melody has always been awesome. I mean, I've known her for quite a while now too. You know, she might not be on the same level that we are, but she's definitely on the same freedom level we are. And she's probably not as well prepared as you and I probably are, but
but that hopefully is going to change, you know, but that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is, okay, understanding the situation and not reading more into it than it already is.
Yeah.
It keeps your sanity. Okay. Look, for me, it's it's very simple. Teach your children about history, not just family history, but your country's history.
Yep.
It's up to us to do it. Don't rely on the education system because it's going to fail you.
They're going to
Okay.
learn how to carve wooden teeth. Are you kidding me?
Right. So in order, so we're doing this to train up the younger generation to be aware of the price that was paid by those who never came home. All
Yep.
right. And others who sacrificed
Yep.
so much.
Many along the way.
Yep.
So many along the way.
Yep. So it's up to us to teach about history. It's up to us to make sure that the younger generation understands how to prep, how to take care of themselves. It's it's up to us. And Raymond 11, I see that. I see that where you said I heard they're coming after homeschooling hard. Whether that's true or not is 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 up for speculation. But we have a responsibility to teach our kids, whether it's homeschooling or not. It's our responsibility. It's our responsibility. That's just me. But we got to do these things. And if we do these things, then we're good. You know?
Well, we think so. I mean, I'll tell you a little bit. I've got a 19-year-old and I've got a 15-year-old. My 19-year-old is already graduated from high school, had a job while he was in high school, and now he's working for a company, an HVAC company. Just gave him like 7 printed shirts with his name on them. I mean, he's in. And my youngest son is like, screw it. I'll just play. He goes out skateboarding and just kind of does oddball, frivolous things. But he's not afraid to go out and change the oil in the car. It's like I'll go out and teach him how, like we did our front brakes not too long ago. And I took one side off. He saw how I did it. And then we moved over to the other side and I let him do the whole thing. And he did it just fine. I mean, I may have had to, you got to take that off. But whatever. He got it down. I mean, he's a smart freaking kid. He's not afraid of guns. I'm pretty comfortable with the household I keep. I mean, I almost feel like I've got warriors here.
Well, there you go. Now, it's up to me as a dad. I've told my girls, I don't care if you never take apart a transmission in your life, but you're going to understand how it works. I don't care if you don't ever rewire a house. You're going to understand how electricity works. I don't care if you never weld or solder 2 copper pipes together. You're going to understand how plumbing works. Okay? Because they need to know.
There. The link is there.
So,
Holy crap.
it is.
Really, hey. Sorry. I'm just saying hello to some of the new people joining.
Oh, okay.
9 mil. Hey, baby. I carry a 40, but 9 millimeter is fine.
You know what? In most cases, when you have a handgun, you're not going to be shooting anybody at 50 yards. You're going to be doing it at 15 feet.
Or 2.
Okay.
Or 2.
Or 2 feet. Exactly.
Yeah.
You're not going to be shooting anybody at 50 yards.
No.
And by the way, I don't know who in this chat. I'm just saying in general. Okay. If you own a firearm, if you own a handgun, okay, train to shoot inside of 10 feet. Don't let anybody tell you any different. Yeah. I have a lot of military friends, okay, special forces guys, Marine recon, and the bunch. Okay, they all tell me the same thing. It's a foolish thing to try to shoot a target at 25, 30 yards. Train to shoot inside of 10 with a handgun.
10 yards, aircraft Sparky, it's funny because, like, I've got the red dot on my rifle because I'm more of a rifle guy. I mean, I keep a handgun on me only because I can't conceal an AR when I'm walking through Walmart. But, so I've got, I've got mine set at about 25 yards. I mean, from 0 to 25 yards, I got the red dot on it. I would probably be about like a SWAT guy would be.
Mm-hmm.
You just put it on target and boom, whatever you shoot, you hit. But my son has his at 25 plus. And with mine, I also keep the flip up sights. So if it is longer than say 25, 50 yards, I can put those flip up sights and I mean, I can be right back in action.
Right. But the thing is, with a handgun, you're training for self-defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
No,
you're training.
I never have to use it.
Right. So all the guys who trained me,
Not afraid
you
to.
know, and all the rest, pounded it into my head, okay, that you're going to be dealing with an adversary at about 10 yards.
Yep.
Okay.
Or
10
less.
yards, which is about 9 feet. Okay.
Not very
But not
far.
9 feet, not 9 feet, 30 feet.
Yeah.
But
It's not
even
very
closer than that, even closer than that, they told me train for 10 feet. 10 feet. I meant, okay, let me roll this way. I'm getting tired. Okay, so my numbers are getting all screwed up. Let me start over again. The guys who pounded it into my head, who trained me, said train for 10 feet. That's what I'm trying to say. 10
No,
feet.
I thought it was 21. Like if somebody pulled a knife 21 feet, and now they're even back. They're bumping that back to like 28 feet now.
No, 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 no.
You get a
They-
crazy guy with a knife running at you. It's like if you don't already have your gun out, you might be screwed.
Okay, well, let me pass on to you two principles that were passed on to me by a special forces guy and a Marine recon guy. Okay, two things: train to use a handgun inside of 10 feet. Okay,
Yep.
and
That.
also get yourself comfortable where you're carrying one in the pipe already.
Oh,
Okay,
oh,
actually, it's three. Actually, it's three principles.
okay.
Get yourself comfortable with a handgun to where
Check.
you're carrying one in the pipe.
Check.
Okay, because you're not going to have time to rack around. Okay, if somebody's coming at you, train to shoot inside of 10 feet and empty the magazine. And speaking of magazines, always carry a spare mag in your
Yeah.
pocket. Okay, so those are three principles that have been trained, that I've been trained to deal with. Now, we could argue distance and stuff like that, but if you think about it, trouble comes in through the front door
Yeah.
at a restaurant, at a store, or whatever. You
I-
take your average 7-Eleven. Let's just say,
Yeah.
you go to a 7-Eleven, a Sheetz, whatever you got, you know, whatever you got around. You go pay for your gas. Okay, you're gonna go inside and pay for your gas. All right. Think of the distance from that door to the cash register.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
less than 10 feet.
Right.
It's more like 5, maybe. Maybe
Right.
you get 7.
So you have to be prepared. Okay. And I have made it a habit, and I'm not saying this is just for me. Okay. I carry my weapon, all right, at the 2 o'clock position on my hip.
Same
All
here.
right. Not dead on my side, kind of towards my front.
Yep.
Okay. Like
Appendix.
about 2 o'clock position. All right. That's me.
Yeah, you carry it like I do, appendix. I
Right.
mean, you know, you got half the people out there saying, "Oh, you're gonna shoot your junk off," and then you got the
No.
other half saying it's the best way to carry.
This is why you train with your handgun as much as you can so you can get comfortable with it so you carry one in the pipe.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's
Because
true. I'll be honest with you. It did take me probably about a month, because when I started to carry every day, I did carry with an empty chamber. But you know, over time, you know, I would go out to the range every other weekend and fire it off, and you know, draw it from even a cold start, dude. From a cold start, dude, I'm one hell of a shot. I'll tell you what,
Right.
man. I mean, I may not be like the guy in Texas, the one that had the church shooting. That's some high stress shit. But I'll tell you what,
and what was the distance?
I wouldn't be far behind him because out of 7 shots, I hit 3 on the steel, and it was a tiny little piece of steel.
Yes, Raymond 11 tactical train.
I got
I
you.
saw that in there. Raymond 11, yes, in a form tactical train. What's up, Aircraft Sparky?
Hey, how's it going?
But
Sparky.
yes, Raymond 11 tactical train. That's what I think you should do. And JB2, I see you there. Don't be afraid to try to shoot with off the hip if you have to,
Yeah,
because
nope.
inside of 10 feet, you ain't gonna have time to rack around.
Nope.
That's why you get comfortable with your weapon.
It might be eye to eye. I mean, if you're eye to eye, like, yeah, forget it. You don't even have to aim. You just pull the trigger. Am I right?
Well, I mean, you gotta have an idea of where your weapon is oriented at all times.
Mhm.
I always tell people the first thing you need to know about self-defense shooting is you need to learn how to shoot inside, because the percussion is going to,
Definitely.
the first time you do it, it's going to get your attention.
It's going to shock.
Yeah. Especially, I carry a 40. It's a little hand cannon. If you shoot it indoors, not only do you know it, but everyone around you knows it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it is a totally different animal from shooting outside.
Yes, it is.
You will be shocked the first time. And I mean, it's a good thing. I go to the range now about once a week, once a month. I've slowed down a little bit with the coronavirus stuff because I'm trying to save ammunition.
Right.
Yeah, you know, I am under the I did the same thing. I have upped my dry fire training. Even though I dry fire train daily, like even before I go to work, when I used to go to work, I would wake up in the morning, I'd start my coffee, and then I would pull out I've got a dry fire training gun here, and I pull it out and fire a few rounds off and make sure I was still pretty accurate. And I always do. I feel uncomfortable if I'm more than an arm's reach away from my pistol or my gun.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
That's called getting comfortable with your weapon. Now, that's the thing.
Back to what you were saying about the carrying it with one in the chamber.
Yeah.
I know for a lot of people, probably in the chat. I mean, I shouldn't say a lot. There's probably a few of you that, I don't know, 9mm Mia, she probably carries loaded. Melody probably doesn't. I don't know. Do you carry loaded? But
yeah, I do.
It takes a while to build up to that level. It does. I mean, it took me probably.
It does.
Does it? I mean, because honestly, it's the way it should be carried. It's the way I was trained to carry a handgun, and now I carry an M&P 40. And I specifically bought that because it has safety along with the trigger safety.
Yeah,
I hate Glocks because they have lack of safety mechanics.
Right.
Somewhat. Yeah.
And I'm not a fan of strictly a trigger safety. You know, the whole, oh, this is my safety. No, this is my gun control. No, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
I want to have at least two means of safety, trigger safety plus paddle safety. I like it because my thumb goes up, pop, I'm ready to go. But it's easy, it's quick to operate, but everyone has their different styles. What you really need to practice is drawing. Dry firing is nice, but 9 times out of 10, you will never pull your trigger. You need to learn how to draw, because if you're fumbling with your holster, what's the point?
Right. Well, not only that, but again, this goes back to a comfort thing. The time, chat and everybody, the time to understand your weapon is not when shit is about to jump off. Okay.
It's already jumped off. We're already in shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
I hate to break everybody's heart. We're already in shit hit the fan. We are only in the stages.
No. I'm talking about shit hit the fan, as in the guy walks into your 7-Eleven or whatnot, and is, that's what I mean by shit hit the fan. Okay.
I think
here's the thing.
Understand the other fact. Yeah.
Well, the bottom line is that you get to the point by training to have that one in the pipe. Yeah. You got to get comfortable with your weapon. Okay. Anybody who's handled any kind of a tool. Now, to me, a firearm is a tool. Okay.
To me,
and
it's a tool.
Well, it is. It's a tool. It's a means to defend yourself. Okay.
I'm really good with one too.
So But anybody who's used tools, okay, anybody who's used tools, the first time you handle that thing, be it a chainsaw, hedge clippers, like electric hedge clippers and stuff like that, you had to get comfortable with it. And that means repetitive use until finally you get to the point where it's like, okay, no big deal. All right.
And
It's like anything else. You have to get comfortable with it. Well, yeah, you got to get comfortable with it.
Yeah.
So I carried one in a pipe. But I had to get there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't overnight. I don't think it was over. Yeah, Sparky, you said it took you how long?
I mean, I was trained that way from jump. The moment I joined the military, they always trained me for my handgun. You always have one ready to go. In my M16, of course, we never had it racked.
Yeah.
That's just standard operating procedures. But for the M9, no, you always had one in the chamber. It's just the training, and honestly, it does make sense. If with a rifle, you do have time to rack for your engagement area. If you don't, you're using the wrong tool.
If you got
you're using a sledgehammer when you should have a small ball peen. If you don't have time to rack, okay, because we're talking about distance. A rifle is designed to engage around 50 feet out to 800 meters, depending on your rifle. So if you don't have time to rack in 50 feet, then you don't know how to operate your weapon.
Right.
But with a handgun, that's 30 feet and in.
Right. That's close quarters combat.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now I will tell you this, where you say that it's jumped off already, Freedom. Man, I got to push back on that. No, it hasn't. Right now, we are in the compliance stage because right now everyone is scared. It is going to be post-pandemic when things are going to get a little sporty, if you will. And it's going to be because, and you're going to see this mostly in your highly populated areas, your population centers.
Mm-hmm. New York.
New York. I live in OKC. So we already are starting to see some supply shortages.
Yeah.
As that continues over time,
my brother
that is when it's going to really start jumping off.
My brother in Detroit's seeing that too. Yeah.
All right. See, and this is the time again. I end up sounding like a broken record. And for anybody that doesn't know what a record is, it's those vinyl things that your daddy and your mama used to put on the platter and play with a needle. Okay, that to me is a broken record. All right. So if you want, for you newer types, I'll say feedback loop. All right. I sound like a feedback loop. Keep prepping.
Good.
Okay. Be wise. Keep up on things. You don't have to be obsessed about it. All right. But you have the right to be informed, to make informed decisions. And if you decide to get a handgun or whatever, train with that damn thing. Don't keep it in a bag. Okay. Don't be keeping it in a bag empty. The point. You start out using it like a tool, because it's a tool of self-defense. Okay. Just like a knife and all the rest. But let me ask, I'm going to bring up one point that a lot of guys, including myself, have sometimes failed to ask people. Nowadays, when I'm going to train somebody, when they ask me to introduce them to firearms and stuff like that, and they're talking about, I want to get a Glock, I want to get a 40, blah, 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 blah. I say, okay, all that's great. Let me ask you one simple question. Are you ready to terminate a life?
Yep.
At point blank range. Okay. Are you ready to terminate, kill somebody at point blank range? Once you've decided that, okay,
good to go.
Then we go on to the next step.
Yeah.
Because there ain't no point in me sinking any time into training you if all you're going to do when it comes time to rock and roll, you hesitate and you can't do it. All right. Yeah. So you got to answer that question for yourself. Are you ready to kill somebody, all right, to defend yourself, your family, and anybody else. You can talk a big game. You could talk a big game. But when it comes game time,
Are you ready?
are you ready?
Yep.
And then the second question, are you ready to put in the time
I'm ready.
and the money and the money
Already put in the
to
money.
get this done?
Man, I've got
To get
stored.
this done.
I could get all three of us to Washington, D.C. tomorrow, probably. I mean, I've got the cash and the food, and trust me, I've got.
Well, see, I don't
I'm ready.
say,
Hey,
are you ready to take a human life? I ask, is your life important enough to you to defend it?
Absolutely.
You'd be surprised
honestly,
at the answers.
I don't.
Absolutely. My kids depend on me, and you know what? If somebody has a quicker draw than I do, then hey, so be it. Maybe I'll end up like one of the past politicians. Remember when they used to have duels in the lawn? I mean, we don't see that anymore. But now they're doing it from. Oh my God, these Democrats. Now, all right, you got me on a different tangent. Sparky, take over.
Okay. Look, here's the deal. For those of you who are skeptical of prepping, I am too. However, that doesn't stop me from keeping at least 2.5 weeks worth of food and water in my house at all times. Now, I do that because I grew up in areas that were usually ravaged by hurricanes every year. So we would lose power, we would lose water, we would lose supplies coming in. Most of your population centers, even your small towns, only have about a 3 to 4 day supply worth of actual provisions. So, in case of an emergency, you need to have your own little small stockpile. And then you have to be able to realize this stockpile is my lifeline.
Mm-hmm.
And then is my family's life worth me defending? And then from there, you go and you pick up these tools. Now, myself, I'm a handgun guy. I do like banging on long rifles, but I live in a city, so chances are a shotgun and a handgun is all I'm ever going to need. However, for those people who live out in the country, especially in elevated areas, hey, get you a nice long tool to bang out on, because there's nothing more beautiful than plinging at 1,000 meters.
And coyotes are. Coyotes suck.
Oh yeah, they truly do.
Before I don't mean to cut you off, Sparky. Melody, I promise I will. Okay, I sent you a text. I'm sorry, I had to get that out of there.
No worries. Now I am not a prepper. Those who are, I have great respect for. I truly do. But yeah. I always ask the question, and only a real prepper can answer this one in the affirmative. Do you have a 55-gallon barrel of stabilized fuel? See, that's the thing. That's the thing that most people forget about, because when supplies get cut, one of the basic necessities that no one thinks about is going to be petroleum.
Yep.
So
I can distill, and technically that's how not our forefathers, but my bootlegging forefathers did it. I mean, how did they run those cars down the road at faster than the cop cars? We used our distilled products. So I am learning that skill. I'm also learning reloading.
Reloading is a great skill to have. Which honestly, it's just a matter of getting the right things in the right place at the right amounts and squeezing it all together.
You're absolutely right.
One of the funniest books that I enjoyed reading, and it was a prepper's guide. What to do when the shit goes down, and it's by a UFC fighter. What is his name? He's hilarious.
Current or former?
Good.
Current UFC guy or former UFC guy? Because I'm thinking Baz Rutan. Okay.
No, he was one of the
Fighting Irish.
No, it's Be Ready When the Shit Goes Down. Yeah, by Forrest Griffin.
Forrest Griffin.
Forrest
Okay.
Griffin is hilarious. But when I read this book, one of the first things he mentions is, hey, you should always have a diesel vehicle. You should also always have a 55-gallon barrel of diesel fuel. And the reason why he says diesel is because diesel is one of the most stable petroleum fuels you can get out there besides kerosene.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard
it
to kill, man. Those
It
diesels,
is.
yeah, they're hard to kill.
But if you just have a standard gasoline car, you could actually put 2-cycle engine oil in it at like a 1-to-15 ratio, and that'll stabilize your fuel to where you don't have to worry about if it's sitting in your garage or whatever for a long period of time, it going bad. So it's just one of those little weird tricks that he actually talks about in that book. It's What to Do When the Shit Goes Down, or Be Ready When the Shit Goes Down by Forrest Griffin.
Okay. It wasn't the Anarchist Cookbook.
No, because the Anarchist Cookbook is a joke. Some of the things work, some of the things don't. I do like what you did say there, Warhorse, talking about, you may not be able to actually wire an entire house, but you're going to learn how electricity works.
Yeah.
And you're also talking about how history is important.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Man, I am your wet dream because I'm a certified teacher in history and an aircraft electrician.
Maybe you missed this.
There you go.
You missed it earlier. I was talking about, with this whole thing going on, they're giving us like little pieces of the picture, and we're trying to figure out what in the hell is going on. And I was like, I'm starting to use history. I'm just taking pieces of our history. Be like, oh, that would fit there.
Well,
and a lot of people are getting pissed that they're trying to steal our rights away from us. And I am kind of the same mindset.
It honestly is not that they're trying to steal away the rights. It's that that the states are going overboard and thinking that they can. What they have set out as guidelines, and now they're actually trying to enforce laws on these guidelines. Well, that's not how it works. So all these people who are actually getting arrested, I cannot wait to see how much Malibu is going to pay the guy who was arrested and put on an ankle bracelet for refusing to leave the water on his paddleboard while he was alone by the docks. This man was arrested for violating quarantine status. He wasn't under quarantine. He was under stay-at-home orders, as the rest of the city was, and he was out in the water. The only thing that he got that was a legitimate law is that he was not following the instructions of lifeguards who were present, which is a $30 misdemeanor or whatever.
Yeah.
But they actually put this man on an ankle bracelet, and that is actually a violation of his Fourth Amendment rights, because now, I mean, let's face it, we don't have Fourth Amendment rights anymore. Thank you, Patriot Act, you piece of shit. Fuck you, 9/11. Power grabbing bastards. But
you don't think this is another? It's a different scheme.
It's a different scheme, but this is more against. It would have to be more against what would be the First Amendment, because your freedom of assembly and your freedom of speech.
No, I'll be honest with you, Sparky. Even earlier in our chat, there was somebody on there they said, "Be careful what you say. YouTube might censor you or remove your stream." And I was just like, "Why? What are we doing that's so bad that they might?"
YouTube has already shadow banned me.
I know
Twitter,
brother.
Twitter has kicked me off.
Every time, but
Twitter has kicked me off their platform. But here's the deal. These are private companies. We do not have guaranteed rights or access to them because they're not government ran. Now, they are government subsidized, and I do believe that with the right attorney, that button could be pressed.
Wait, back that up. You said government subsidized. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Sparky. Government has no money in and of itself. It's only what they take from us. So they're using my money to censor our speech.
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's what it works out to. That's what it works out to.
I want to make sure of that.
I mean, look,
we're all on the same page here.
Well, Sparky's correct. Sparky's correct, and that it is a publicly traded private
How can
company.
you use public if they're
No. They're publicly traded. Their stocks are traded on Wall Street. So it's publicly traded, privately owned. It's also government subsidized. Okay. That's how that works. They sell their stock on Wall Street to raise the capital. They are a private company. Bottom line is they're no different than, say, Google, Amazon, or the mom and pop store down the street.
or Planned Parenthood. Dude,
That's a whole different. That's a whole different thing. But
dude, how different?
but
How They're
but
taking
they
my money.
are.
I
The
don't
government is subsidizes them.
Well,
I
okay.
don't agree with them.
The Planned Parenthood thing. Now, full disclosure, I'm a Messianic Jew. I'm a believer in Yeshua Almighty, the Son of God. So I am automatically against. I find abortion to be abhorrent. I believe that it is killing of an innocent child. However, we entered a social contract without ever signing. The moment that we become adults in the United States of America, we become part of the social contract, stating that we will pay our taxes, and we will elect people to represent us. The problem is people have forgot that those in Washington are supposed to represent us and not represent special interest. So we've empowered them with the ability to spend the money that we donate to the government. And for those of you who do support things like abortion, this just, oh man, you just give me a moment to really throw it out there. You support eugenics. 85% of all Planned Parenthood facilities happen to be in low-income areas where, guess what color people usually are there?
Black.
Okay, so racist sons of bitches. Actually, a good bit of the black population is killed before they even born through things like Planned Parenthood. I find it to be disgusting, abhorrent, and everything else. But I am proud that the stimulus bill did not have anything for Planned Parenthood, even though it was tried to be snuck in for phase 2. But there was $25 million for the Kennedy Center, which immediately laid off all their employees as soon as that bill was signed. Ladies and gentlemen, the government does not work for your interest. They barely work for you because you are the uninformed voter. You are the unwashed masses. And unless you actually go out and read, listen to what these people are saying, and track what they vote on,
read history.
You are uninformed, because that is how tyranny starts, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
And
Here's the thing. There really is a lot to be said about that old saying, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And not only that, it's not just our history. It's not just our history. You should be paying attention to history in general. I'm going to pull something out, and again and again and again, I always say this. Don't take my word for it. Go look it up yourself. Okay? In the 1930s, okay, as it comes to gun laws, what they started to do was register firearms for the protection and the safety of the citizens.
It was the president.
When they started World War II, they basically came in and took the guns. Now, that's the short, condensed answer. It's a lot more complicated than that. But you know what, folks? It didn't work out so good for the local population. All right? Now they're doing that here. Been doing that here. They've been doing that here. So you need, and unfortunately, when it comes to socialism and communism, there is a generation that right now that literally has never dealt with the Soviet Union. They have no idea about East and West Berlin. They have no idea about East and West Germany. Okay? The Eastern Bloc, the Warsaw Pact, and us. Because the Soviet Union was out of business by 1989. Okay? So an entire generation has grown up not knowing who the Soviet Union is. All right. Meanwhile, they were one of our biggest threats.
They used
Okay.
these big ones.
This is why you look at the younger generation and they say, "Oh, well, communism and socialism, that works, doesn't it? It makes sense." You know, when you got people like Bernie Boy and all the rest pushing this crap. Okay. So that's what I'm talking about. Learn from history, not just this country's history, but history in general. Be prepared, be informed. Okay? Be informed. Sparky,
Well, it's
you know what
funny.
I'm talking about. You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah.
talking about.
When I went to college, I actually specialized in Middle Eastern history.
Yeah. Okay.
But when I taught history in school, I was teaching U.S. history because no one wants to learn anything about Middle Eastern history. But I did it because I wanted to know why they had the customs they had, why they lived the way they do, and everything else.
Why they wipe their hands or wipe their asses with their hands. I mean,
Well, that's just because when you live in an area with no trees, it's kind of hard to make toilet paper.
gotcha.
I mean, it's that's inconsequential. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, what really gets me more, what really interested me more was the division between the Sunni and the Shi'i, and that all boils down to who was going to take over the crown of Islam following the death of the Prophet Muhammad. So
Yes, that's what it comes down to. You're dead on right, Sparky. You're dead on right.
So it's actually interesting because the Prophet's favorite wife, Aisha, who was 6 years old when they married, 9 years old when they were consummated.
Yep, that's fact. That's fact. That's fact, Dangerous. That's fact.
Yeah,
yes,
9.
That's fact.
There wasn't even grass on that field. But oh, that's disgusting.
No,
Anyway.
no. You were dead on right, Sparky. You call it like you see it, bro.
I think everybody dude, everybody in the chat, just throw a nauseated face out there.
Yeah.
Just know that we're all on the same accord.
But the fact is, it's true.
It
the
is.
fact is, it's true. Go ahead, Sparky.
But his favorite wife actually joined the Shi'i sect, which is what the Iranians follow, which is kind of mystical, and they believe in magic, in forms of magic. And the Sunnis was Muhammad's best friend, who that's who led the Sunnis. The Sunnis is where you see most of acts of terrorism come out of: Al Qaeda, ISIS, Iraq.
The ones that do the Aloha snack bar, boom.
Yeah. All the snack bars, and
Okay, I gotcha.
The Iranians, the Shi'i side, they're more about regional manipulation than they are about worldwide terror. So neither of them are really all that good. Both evil factions to a pagan god, as far as I'm concerned, even though they claim to worship the same god as me. Fuck them. And the camel they fucked, or the goat, or whatever it is. Pardon my French. But yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of distrust for those people.
No, it's but you know what? Everything that you said,
man, Sparky, we've already seen how they feel. Some of them come out and say "Death to America." That's pretty bold. It's like, yeah, okay, you want to.
There's a lot of people in the world that actually say that, believe it or not. It's only highlighted in the Middle East. If you go to most countries in Africa, they say the same things. Many countries in actual Europe, mostly Western Europe, not Eastern Europe, you will find many people who hate America.
That's true.
Why do we continue to give them money?
Yeah. It's usually communist bloc countries that actually love America to almost an obnoxious amount.
They really do. It's Sparky, you're dead on right, man. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it with my own eyes, man.
Usually your more modern countries that hate America, they hate us because they ain't us.
Right.
And
if you can't, and nobody can.
a lot of your third world countries that hate us, it's usually because they can't attain the greatness that this country is. But
Or it's something that they've been told. They're fed propaganda and they go on.
you're not wrong. But see, here's the deal. It's all cultural.
Right.
We as Americans, we're taught. I mean, the idea of liberty and freedom is almost orgasmic to us these days because
more
we
important
have,
than online.
yeah,
Literally
that's what
more
we've been
important than my own
fed from day one. You know, as far as when we were little kids, we were taught, you know, you're going to have to make these decisions for yourself, blah, blah, blah. But while you live under my roof, you're going to believe this. And
Yeah.
that's how we teach our people. No, that option does not exist. You do not get to make up your own mind in other countries. I recently was hosting a Chinese national in my home who was coming here for her education.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was interesting talking to her about how she was raised and how she is taught to think and whatnot. The differences are astounding. Now, one thing that I have witnessed in my travels abroad, including Asia, is we don't have a very strong tie to our family, and that is something they're huge on. I mean, but you
In
can
general, dangerous. In general,
in general,
dangerous.
yes.
In general.
Oh, okay. All right.
And when I'm talking about you'll have 3 generations under one roof.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We were discussing that earlier.
You know,
I could make that happen up to about 3 generations. After that, it would be too much. But
well, on average, like in Asia, you'll find 3 to 4 generations under one roof.
wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you will.
And
Easy.
What is that? Like 20 people?
No, you'll
Not
see.
necessarily.
You'll
Mom,
have like a
mom, dad, son,
great-grandfather
and
or
right.
mother,
Right.
grandparents, parents, and the children.
Aunt, uncle, none of that.
No,
Not necessarily.
no.
No.
Usually, brothers and sisters will not cohabitate together. Once they become adults, they get their own household, and then they will split up the older generations. But there is a big push towards family, and that's something America's gotten away from. And unfortunately, we need to get back to that. And in fact, we also
Amen.
start talking to our neighbors. I moved
Start with that.
I moved into a neighborhood this past summer, and the people talked to me like on the first day, and I was weirded out at first.
Like, wow, what are you talking? Like, hey, guns? Are you pro? Are you American or what? Yeah, that would be my first question if I walked to anybody.
One of my neighbors is a retired college professor.
Yeah, I'd be like,
Mhm.
okay, let's go from there.
And he is.
If you're American and you claim American, you got a thumbs up in the book. But
well, I mean, they all claim to be American, but my college professor neighbor, he does sniff those unicorn farts, rainbow waterfalls and whatnot.
are you?
Oh man, he is. But you know what? He's a good guy.
Yeah,
Get away from the political
he
stuff.
wants to take
He's
your
still a
gun.
great guy.
He wants to take. No, he
No,
does.
he does. He does. But you know what? Come and take them, fucker. I'm not.
Mhm.
I know. He won't do it
Well,
himself. He'll have
you know,
governor. No, he won't even have the governor. You know, that's the thing about about all of this is these people, they want our guns. They want our guns. And why? Because we haven't done anything wrong. They're just afraid of
No, they don't want. They
gonna
don't
have-
want your
they're
guns.
going to have men with guns come to take our guns, and they don't even understand how dangerous that is going to be. But the cops do. The cops sure as hell realize
Well, no. Hold on,
doing
Freedom.
that's going to get real.
They don't want to. They don't want to take your guns.
No, sure they
They
do.
want words to say that guns should not exist because they believe because the majority of these people are law-abiding citizens, and so since they are, everyone else should be as well. So they think mere words on a paper is going to stop bad people.
right.
Oh,
They've
It's
always done
ignorance.
that. They've always It's
It's
done
ignorance. It's not that they're evil.
yeah,
It's just they are more
Plain ignorant.
idealistic. They're idealistic, is
They
what
are.
it is.
Right.
It's
They are.
it's a religion to them.
When is
Just
it
like I blindly follow the word of God. They blindly follow the word of law.
I don't know if I'd call that
Yeah.
blind. I mean,
Well, no,
but it's not so.
it
blind.
works for the analogy. It works for the
Right.
analogy, and I mean, I'm not putting down my faith by any means,
Mhm.
but
Well-
that is how an atheist looks at it. Oh, well, you
Sure.
just blindly follow these words, and you know what? So I'll let that apply. Well, you blindly follow law, thinking that that's enough. If you ban this, automatically baddies won't carry it. No, bad people are bad because they don't follow the rule of law. Now, me being who I am, I own assault rifles, blah, blah, blah. If they banned assault rifles, come and take them. Good luck.
There it is.
I didn't.
Yeah, man.
Man,
There it is. Hey,
I have
Sparky.
no clue what you got, Sparky.
Sparky, you were talking about, they obey the word of the law. Touching upon that, you're right. It is the ignorance, okay, that they have, about certain things. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a religion to them. It really is. I've been here long enough to tell you that they get so myopic, they get so ingrained that they get tunnel vision and they can't think of anything else. All right. Me, when I say that I am a 2A carrier, or I exercise my 2A rights, there is a reason why I exercise my 2A rights. One, it's in the Constitution. And two, just like you, I buried shipmates. I take it pretty damn personal that these people never came home to go back to their families, but we knew you were in the military. When we signed up, we knew what we were getting into.
No,
Okay.
I did. I actually lied to myself and said, no, I will never go to war. And then after I went through my training, I did nothing but war for 12 years.
Yeah. See,
no, I sold myself an idea.
I
drank the Kool-Aid. I liked the way it tasted. I continued to drink it. And I woke up one day and went, why am I still here?
Why are you
right? Well,
and no,
yeah.
I'm not. I went in there eyes wide shut.
Yeah. Yeah.
But most people who join the military do. I mean, it's
and you know what? That's valuable. I mean, it really is. But now you got to look at people like me. I never went in. I never served. I never signed up for government.
And thank you for your non-service, man. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, brother. But you know what? I am part of the militia. I am absolutely. I am 100% proud supporter of the militia. I mean, look at the hat. That's gun owners of America, man. I'm doing everything to try and keep our freedom. And so you can't forget about the people like me out here on the fringes. Maybe I didn't serve, but you know what? Veterans like Manny and like you, Sparky, you guys have been there. You've had that training, and there are a lot of them that are teaching the rest of us that, hey, you know what? I'm good at slinging a hammer and nails, but I mean, I'm only so at shooting a gun. It's like I've gotten better over the years, but people are gonna need people like you.
Hey, Sparky, not to change the subject, I just need you to clarify something for me, because you traveled in Asia. Okay. Now, if I'm wrong about this, call me out on it and correct me. Okay.
Gladly.
But in Japan, I'm sure. I'm liking you, man. You're a smart ass like me. I like it. But
Sparky.
in Japan, doesn't the Japanese society have almost a fanatical protection attitude for their elderly? I mean, they revere their elders.
I wouldn't say it's fanatical, because fanatical would say there's no reason for it. The reason they actually have a legitimate reason for it. But yes, they are very
protective.
But not just protective. When I first I actually lived in Okinawa for 3 years.
Uh-huh.
I was on the Rock. During my time there, I remember my second day there, I went to a corner store to buy cigarettes, and I'm standing in line, and an old mama son cut in line. No, I didn't say nothing about it because I had some Japanese friends with me, and they were like, no, let them. And I'm like, okay, why? And they're like, it's a sign of respect. They're older.
Okay.
They don't need to wait in line. Their life is short.
Right.
You have a longer life, a life ahead of you. It's not going to hurt you to wait a moment longer in line. And you know what?
Yeah.
I was okay with it. It kind of explained a lot. And what it is not that they worship the elderly, but they do actually listen to them because they want to listen. Like in America, we go, okay, boomer, or
Right.
Some type of derogatory thing. Oh, well, you're too old. You don't understand the world evolving. No, it is not that the older people don't understand how the world evolves. They understand how the world got there.
Yeah. Okay.
And
See, thanks for correcting me.
so
Man.
it's just a viewpoint is all it is. It's a different point of view. It is something that is a little different from Western thought.
Yeah.
For some reason, we allow the extreme old to rule over us, and yet for some reason we revere and long for the acceptance of the younger.
No.
Yeah, I can see that. But you know what, Sparky? You. Thank you for the adjustment, not the correction. Because
Yeah.
it's always been my understanding and my experience that they do. I use the word revere. Revere meaning respect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, they revere and respect.
Hmm.
Fanatical was but they're very fanatical was the wrong word, but they're very, very protective
Oh
and
yes, of course.
respectful
Of course.
of their. That's why you don't see the virus cases in that country like you do in other places because they
Well,
are.
no,
I mean,
no. They
okay,
don't have the reason why you don't see the spread of COVID that much in Japan is because they don't shake hands. They don't
yeah,
hug.
okay,
They bow to each other. That's a
right,
common
right, right,
Asian
right, right, right,
courtesy. And what that actually
right.
stems from is that actually stems from a huge pandemic outbreak that happened to them in the 1600s.
Yes, I forgot all about that. You're absolutely right. I forgot totally about that.
It wasn't the 1940s they started that. It
No,
was
no. They've been bowing to each other for forever.
Yeah,
Okay, and the
it's
deeper the
ingrained in the
bow,
culture.
the more
More respect.
the more respect. Okay,
Yes.
if they just give you a little one, like almost a head nod, that's just being okay. I'll give you
They're
that.
polite. They're like,
But
hey,
if they really, bend at the waist, that's deep respect and
Can
all. But you're absolutely right. I completely forgot about that pandemic in the 1600s.
can we expect this
Completely.
coming to America now? I mean, I'll tell you what. The other day I was at the store. About a third of the people already are wearing masks on a daily basis.
I see fist bumps
Are we
replacing.
gonna start looking like China? I mean, what?
No, I see
No.
fist bumps replacing the handshake. I do see that business is going to realize that they've been wasting a lot of money on infrastructure all these years.
Remember Demolition Man, where they didn't even touch hands. They just did
Yeah.
the wave thing. I mean, is that where we're headed?
No, I think we're going to go to like a fist bump. There still will be some handshaking and stuff, but not like it was before. I do believe that many business buildings are going to be closed down because we're rabid capitalists, and businesses are going to realize, hey, I've wasted a lot of money on infrastructure when really all I have to do is pay for my employees' internet and give them a computer, and they can do
No,
most of
it's
their
true.
work. Um, why pay for electricity when I can merely subsidize internet? And I guarantee you that idiot will sit there and he will slub away at his desk at home because I paid for his internet and I gave him a laptop to do it on. And now I've lost water bill, electric, and mortgage on the building.
Let me give you this. Where I live is in Fredericksburg. Okay, 50
Virginia?
miles. Yeah, 50
Yeah,
miles
I used to
south of
live
the
in
swamp.
Williamsburg. I used to live in
Oh,
Williamsburg.
Williamsburg?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm about to say. The traffic going to and from Washington through Virginia was and is still listed as the as the worst traffic in America. Okay, that congestion between Springfield and Fredericksburg was considered number one worst traffic congestion
Especially
in the
around
country.
Alexandria
Yeah,
is
okay.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number three was Thornburg to Washington to Garrisonville. That's number three in the country. Okay. Now, I can tell you for a fact because I worked the overnights at a hospital up north. Okay, what I call up north, and okay, my commutes have been an absolute delight because the entire government decided to telecommute, and I can tell you that traffic on an afternoon looks like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, most jobs that are cake eater jobs, your 9 to 5 office jobs, I see that going to more of a telecommuting model. Those of us who have real jobs, those who get calluses on their hands and stuff, I fix aircraft for a living. I do heavy maintenance on aircraft for the United States Air Force, and I do that as a civilian. We're still got to go into work because, well, we can't work remotely. Can't. It's kind of hard to fix the plane.
I can't. It's kind of hard to run a power. It's kind of hard to run a hospital power plant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
On my armchair.
Do you do the cryo plant too?
No, we don't have a cryo plant. We don't have one. Yeah, we don't because we're an older hospital. Because we're an older hospital.
And
now
see,
we have.
I work liquid oxygen too, so
I was
now we do have liquid oxygen. We do have liquid oxygen, but it's for patients.
yeah,
Okay.
of course.
I'm not
Yeah, it's for patients.
basically the last 2 weeks. Actually last week and this week coming up, I'm sitting at home. They're still paying me, but they're not letting any of us hourly back.
Well, I'm in the same boat, Freedom. Currently, thank you, taxpayers. You are paying me handsomely to stay at home. I'm okay with it. But then again,
paying me handsomely.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. I do want to go to work,
dude. I mean, come on, seriously, $1,200. Maybe if you don't work for a living, $1,200 might mean something to you, but $1,200 to me doesn't even buy me a decent AR.
It doesn't cover my mortgage. I don't care.
Hey, the Great Informer. First of all, great to see you, the Great Informer. And yes, this too shall pass, and the economy will recover eventually.
Our economy will recover. I just believe that
I think
the economy is going to look a lot different when we get back.
It is. It's going to look a lot different. Sure, it will. But see, again.
Thank you for joining us, Benny.
But you know Benny Mabe, you know, take it easy. Have a great night. Stay safe. But
absolutely,
they ought to turn. First of all, they need to get rid of, you know, if they decide to telecommute, you know, the feds, they ought to take some of those buildings and turn them into low rent housing. That's my feeling. Okay, do something useful, you know, because if they do decide to telecommute, because you're right, it's 9 to 5 stuff, you know, it's pencil work. And I'm not disrespecting pencil work, but you know, pencil work has got to be. You can do that. I wish I could run. Yeah, I wish I could run my power plant from where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, I'd love it. But
no, those who have more administrative jobs and stuff, they're a necessary function, especially when it comes to things like ensuring that your company can stay open through tax laws and everything else. You know, proper record keeping and stuff like that is very important.
Sure it is. Yo, Cheshire Cat. Yo, Cheshire, thanks for being here. I'm sorry, Sparky.
Oh, no worries.
That's a good friend. That's a good friend of mine.
Hey, that's awesome. I love to see people following creators and stuff that they enjoy.
Yeah.
By the way, for those of you who do not know me, since Freedom is gone for a moment, let me do a little plug spot. Oh, every Wednesday night you can find me on my channel, That'll be Aircraft Sparky. You'll see the name right there, boom, at the bottom of your screen. That is exactly how it's spelled in YouTube. Just Google that. And on Wednesday nights, you can find my show. That'll be Wednesday night, Thursday night streams on Wednesday nights. And I come
I'm
on
gonna hit
about,
you up.
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
hit you up, Sparky.
hey, I
I'm gonna hit
appreciate
you
it.
up, man.
Every
No,
week I do a little shitty political news recap show where I make dick and fart jokes and talk about how I think America should be. Spoiler alert, ladies, I think you should be naked. But that's only because I have a strong sex drive and I like to see dim titties. But
Man,
Just keeping it real, bro. You're just keeping it real, man. Yo,
Hey, I'll say damn near anything on screen. What was it? 2 weeks ago, my wife was in chat and I was screaming, "I love whores." So
pretty good.
Cheshire, it's great to see you, baby. It's great to see you, Cheshire. You know, but Sparky, I'm gonna hit you up after I wrap up out of here. But look, man, you're absolutely right. The economy is going to come back. Great Informer said it. The economy will recover. It'll just look different.
I think we'll rebound. Actually, I think it. I don't know. A lot of people are saying we're going to go into a greater depression than like we did in the 30s, 29, 30s. But I think we're going to rebound bigger and faster than we did back then. What do you guys think?
I don't think it's going to go that deep. Okay. I don't. I honestly don't. And I say that not as an economist, but our situation is different than that of the Great Depression. The Great Depression came because the what they call them, the robber barons, the big wheels that were in this country, constantly manipulated the stock. Okay, they speculated endlessly. Okay, and then the bottom fell out, but there were not the mechanisms in place then which are in place now. Now, is it going to hurt? No question. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt.
It's going to hurt worse for the people that haven't prepared for this.
Correct. However, I do not believe, based on what I can see and read, okay, that it's going to be as bad as the Depression. Okay. The Depression, the reason being because of the mechanisms that are in place. The only thing that was really, really bad, because what they were doing during the 2008, 2010 big recession is because they was speculating with the housing market and betting on people who couldn't meet the mortgage. Okay.
predatory loans.
Predatory loans.
Yeah.
That became the thing. Okay. And when they started defaulting left and right because of the way the loan was structured, that's why we had that big hit back in 2008 and 2010. But as you can see, the market recovered. Okay. There were always going to be bull markets. There will always be bear markets. It's cyclical. Okay. Stocks can only go up and up and up. And then at some point, people want to start selling out. So it flattens and it comes down. Now, because of this whole thing, you're going to have big hits. Okay. Big hits. And companies will fold. There's going to be a lot of shakeout. Okay.
Yeah.
But once everything is out, then we'll start the recovery process.
Scarecrow in the chat, you're absolutely right. Every one of my prepper friends is saying, start your garden. Start it yesterday. I have a feeling that's going to be
well. You're a bit more optimistic than me, Warhorse.
We've lost our skills. I mean,
Well, no, we haven't lost our skills.
Let's,
We put
let's,
them on the back burner.
let's,
Um,
let's just say we go back to like the 1930s, like when the depression happened. Then, how many of the people actually knew how to how to grow a farm? And hell, half of them lived on a farm, did they not?
Well, yeah, the way America has changed over
These
the
skills.
past century is amazing, but it's truly dependent on if people realize what the culprit is. Okay, let's look at what's happened over the past couple of months. Back in October, November time frame,
I don't blame it on. I blame it on the government. We
you're
got
I don't blame
shit.
it on the government. I'll blame it on the Clintons. I'll blame it on Bush 43. I'll blame it on Obama. I'll blame it on the last 30 years of American politics, and this is the reason why. Is because the Americans have been chasing the almighty dollar under the guise of if we lower the cost of labor, then we will allow to keep things cheaper for the consumer. Now, in theory, that works under supply side economics. However, we shipped most of our manufacturing after the signing of NAFTA over to China. Okay. And then why did we do that? We did that because, well, they'll pay someone $1.25 to work all day for 15 hours.
Yeah.
And the idea is that these corporations are going to go, oh, well, look, we have low cost for labor, blah, blah, blah. We can pass that savings on to the consumer. No, that hasn't happened one bit. Globalism is actually the cause of this.
Yeah.
Now, if
Now
Americans
we're getting
wake
someplace.
if
Now
Americans
we're getting
wake up
someplace.
and realize that the fact that we have sold our souls to CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, in order so we can get my iPhone at a quote unquote cheaper price, by the way, $1,000 for this son of a bitch. Yeah, how'd that slavery work out for me?
$1,000 for a phone?
Yes, sir. Alrighty, so we sold our souls for cheaper labor, and now we have basically shoestringed ourselves, we hogtied ourselves, and let most of our manufacturing go overseas. So back in October, November timeframe, China got a case of the sniffles, and now we're experiencing it. We get most of our products from overseas. So, of course, it has arrived here. Now, if Americans wake up and they go, we need to manufacture locally.
Yeah.
If we can manufacture locally, if we can do more domestic products, rely less on China, who, by the way, is holding back pharmaceuticals from Americans today as we speak.
Man, both Manny and me are holding back our comments. Yeah, go ahead.
No.
If people realize this shit and they go, look, we can't let ourselves fall for this again, ever. We bring manufacturing back to the States. We're not going to rebound. We're not going to recover.
We're going to.
After about 2 years, it's going to take about 2 years because we're going to have to tool factories up. We're going to have a lot of new construction and whatnot. But once all that gets in place and everything starts rolling, it's going to boom. It's going to go off like I did in my first girl when I went to prom. You know what I'm saying? Okay, explosions, fireworks, and everything else. However,
no, I totally get it. No, I agree.
If we don't realize what the true problem is, we're going to recover.
How bad is it going to get before we get this rebound? That's the only thing that kind of concerns me.
Right now, it's going to get. We haven't seen shit yet. Right now, all we're seeing is New York,
and they show us on the news.
All we're seeing is the coast. The coast is not the backbone of America.
No, it's not.
Okay,
no, it's not.
You got to look at the South. You got to look at the Midwest. You've got to look at the Southwest, and that is where the bulk of your manufacturing that does exist in America today is. Once we actually see the farmlands hit, once we see manufacturing hit in the Rust Belt and whatnot, it's going to get nasty. It's going to get nasty, ladies and gentlemen, and that is when we're going to come close to Boog. We're going to get damn close to Boogin. And I mean, that's okay. I got my little leather face mask. I'm ready to go. But That's only because, hey, I live for the purge.
And mine's Israeli. I've got mine Israeli, but whatever. But all my guns are made in the USA.
Well, there you go. There's something.
Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing. I was just sending off something.
Alpha.
But here, look.
Cheshire,
Here's the deal. Here's the thing.
Come on, Cheshire. Come on. Man.
Yeah, Cheshire. You ain't kidding. She'll light you up 14 different ways to Sunday.
Oh,
And let me tell you something. She not that she's radioactive, but let me tell you, she lets you have it with both barrels at point blank range, and then you're gonna smile about it and say thank you. So, but look, I think it's Sparky, you're absolutely right about things getting worse before it gets better. My personal feeling, not because I'm trying to convince myself it's going to be all sunshine and rainbows, but simply because of the mechanisms that are in place, and it's in their own self-interests to not let things get out of control. And I'll say this like this, because they don't want that to start, okay? And they know that Americans are already testy about it.
Yeah.
They're going to save their own ass. Okay, they're going to save their own collective asses, and they will do. It's going to hurt, but they're going to not. You don't get to be a corporate CEO by being stupid. Okay, they're going to realize what's really at stake, and they're going to be like, okay, you know what? We're going to have to figure out how to make this work. All right, because the natives are getting restless.
Yeah.
And this is going to get 15 kinds of ugly.
Well, if we want to go back domestic, if we want to go back 100% domestic, there are two facts that have to be acknowledged. First of all, the common American worker is not worth what they think they are.
I sure so am.
I'm not talking about skilled labor. I'm talking about unskilled.
Oh, yeah, like flipping a burger or something.
15 an hour and all the bullshit. No.
No. And I'm down. I mean, like welfare, it's like, correct me if I'm wrong, both of you. Welfare was created so if somebody did get into a pinch, then we would step up and help them. But it was not meant to be like a lifelong procession of we just pay them as long as they're breathing.
In fact, in the 90s, there was actually a limit on the amount of welfare that you could get in a 5-year period.
In the 90s? Okay.
Yeah, and it was actually Bill Clinton that instituted that.
I know, he wasn't a total idiot.
No, he wasn't terrible, but then you brought in George Bush, George Bush had some great ideas here and there, but overall, he was just kind of a puppet and just kind of did what he was. And gray area, look, dude. Joe Exotic, look, he is not the hero that we want, but he's damn sure the one we deserve. If you haven't seen Tiger King, look, that is white trash, no porn. Oh my God, it is.
You're killing me, Sparky.
It is amazing. Look, I live in Oklahoma, down the road from old Joe, and
yeah, Jenny, it's only meant to be temporary. It's not meant to support people their entire lives.
Yes, it's the common American worker, the unskilled worker needs to understand that they are not worth as much as they think they are. Okay. And that is why we have lost the majority of our work to the Chi-Coms.
Right.
Because the Chinese will enslave people.
Sure.
Because they worship money. Actually, did you know this? Every Chinese New Year, they actually pray to a god of currency.
Yes. Yeah.
And they actually greet each other. I hope you get rich this year.
Yep. I hope you prosper this year.
Yes.
So let me point out two things. First of all, Jenny.
Wow.
Jenny, the welfare being temporary. I can tell you. Okay, I can tell you that I,
I didn't.
having grown up in New York City and being as old and being at my age, that I was a product of the Great Society programs of President Johnson. I was a kid in the Head Start program, okay, and a few others. Welfare became the thing because the idea was good in spirit, but lousy in execution.
Well,
Okay,
that's how
what it
everything
did,
is.
right?
Because seriously, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Absolutely. So welfare was supposed to be designed for helping out the poor. The problem is that the way it was originally structured, the more kids you had, the more they'd pay you. Okay, it didn't take an economics genius to figure out, all right, that gee, I don't need a guy in my life to provide. I can depend on the government and I can knock out as many kids as I want, which is why you always hear about the 10 different kids by, 10 different guys or whatever.
But
Well,
know,
and part of that was
but see, when they go at tax time to claim those kids get claimed. Yet I have two teenage kids here. One is he's past 18, but the other one
Mm-hmm.
last year I couldn't even claim him. My ex-wife has passed away. God rest her
Mm.
soul, but I couldn't even claim him because I don't have her death certificate. I didn't run it through the courts. So basically last year I got shafted out of probably $1,500 worth of taxes. Oh, we got Cheshire coming in.
Yay, Cheshire! Yay, jazz
Yeah,
hands.
and you know, it makes
I
me
don't do
wonder.
jazz
It
hands.
makes me wonder
I'll do
right
nipple
here.
rubs.
No, check it out.
Woo-hoo.
All right.
Yes,
So,
and that is gay
Hey,
as
hey.
shit, my friend.
That's
I
what I'm saying.
Couldn't help
That's why
it.
I'm doing nipple rubs. I mean, it's still a little gay, but it feels better.
Detroit. Hey,
There you
Detroit.
go. That'll work.
You still got
It's
the
less
um,
gay than jazz hands. How are you guys doing?
I don't. It is.
And I'm doing
We're
good.
doing
So,
great.
How are
We're
you
doing
doing,
great,
Chester?
Cheshire.
I mean, that's good to
We're doing
hear.
great.
We're talking about welfare queens.
Yes. For now.
work.
For now.
Well, I would like to
Yeah.
add something to that, but I don't know if it's really something that anybody really necessarily wants to touch.
Go
Yeah,
for
That
it.
is she.
Cheshire, you sound like you got pretty much a plate full in front of us. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about it?
Well, Manny is discussing, the welfare queens who keep getting paid more and more to pop out babies. But what this has actually done
Mhm.
is it's caused dysgenic breeding. We
Mhm.
basically have the stupid and
Mhm.
laziest motherfuckers in our society having the most children.
Yep. Which is why the average American IQ is now 98. That's not
Yeah,
me saying that. It's the American
and
Psychologist
it's gonna
Association.
keep dropping. It's gonna keep
Mhm.
dropping. And by the time
Mhm.
the average IQ in this country drops below 90, you're going to see some serious differences in the way things used to be versus the way things are.
Hey,
That's right.
You're
I
already
can
starting to see the effects of the monumental drop in IQ.
but
That's
I can
right.
survive in idiocracy.
Right.
I am
But-
looking forward to the time we have our big buff president who's talking about electrolytes and everything else in the water.
Well,
I'm
okay.
okay with
Well,
that.
let me
I
explain
want
something
to
to
go
you,
to
white
butt
boy.
fuckers.
Once the demographic, I'm going to explain something to you, white boy. Once the demographics have shifted in this country, you're not going to have a pot to piss in because the affirmative action rules are not going to rule in your favor.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
it
she's
doesn't
dead on
matter.
right about that.
Yeah, once you're a minority white boy, you ain't going nowhere.
That's
And
okay,
they
I'm
will,
not
and
white.
they will not. They will not. You look white to me with big pink. Not going to go nowhere because the affirmative action rules are not going to rule in your favor.
But see, I identify.
And the reason I know this is because I've lived in majority minority areas. It doesn't matter how you identify. Don't you remember? You're just a social construct. Remember?
But you're not wrong. I mean, honestly, I grew up in South Mississippi, where the minority is the majority. And no, I've already lived that world. I've already lived that life. But see, the difference between me and the average American is the fact that I hold a skill. Now that is something I think that we need to actually start focusing on.
Yeah,
We need to push that amongst our children and stuff, because that is how you stay relevant, is through education and through actual proper skill. Because if you do not have a means to make a living, you're not going to make one. So you make yourself indispensable through knowledge and skill.
Yeah. Well, everybody's screaming about the $15 an hour thing. You got to have pay a living wage. Several things.
well, now,
One.
That's not going to work.
One.
it's
not going to work. Well, everybody's screaming about the $15 an hour thing, but what I'm saying is
crap.
this is why you're seeing kiosks replacing workers. This is why you're seeing order kiosks starting to replace workers.
Yeah.
$15 first and second of all, you're not supposed to retire as a French fry guy from McDonald's. Okay, you're not supposed to retire from this. This was supposed to be a starter job. All right, and you move on to other things.
They call it a Mick job for a reason.
Exactly. Okay. Well, we can't raise our families. You're not supposed to raise the families on this business. You're supposed to acquire skills and move on. Okay. But since they insist and they're screaming about it, that's why you now see kiosks replacing some of these people. Because what's a business's biggest expense? Overhead.
Yeah.
And that includes people.
Yeah, labor.
That includes people, right? Labor. Okay. So here it is. You're saying I have to pay $15 an hour. Well, great. I've got a staff of 5. I've now got to get rid of 2 of you. That really solved the problem.
Keeping me, I guarantee you'd be keeping me.
Well, that's why you have to prove your worth.
Well, you're damn right. I work my ass off.
But that's just the thing. What are you doing?
I'm messing with my green screen.
Oh, okay. I was going to say you're doing something I'm not sure should be legal. Anyway,
he's rubbing his nipples.
That's what I was saying. There he goes.
There's another thing nobody ever mentions though, is also what about inflation?
Mm-hmm.
It's really because people are talking about how expensive things have gotten. However, that is not really entirely true. Our money has just lost its value.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, it's a hidden tax.
Well, it's because we went away from the gold and silver standard and we started to use credit as our means to back.
Well, fractional reserve banking is what they went on to.
Hey,
they basically created out of thin air and add interest onto it, therefore it becomes a debt that can never be repaid. But they money based on this fractional reserve basis. They just printed more money, an additional $2 trillion to give us all a stimulus, and this is going to fuck us in the long run. Everybody's all, we're getting $1,200 per person. Oh, this is so great. No, it's not great.
Yeah,
we're going to pay for this one way or another.
Well, okay, $1,200. Let me ask you this. Now, $1,200 doesn't even cover my mortgage, and I don't live like a rich man by any means. By the way, this green screen is literally a bed sheet that has been dyed.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Hey, that's what I love about Sparky. He's honest.
Yeah. But here's the deal. They handed us not even 2% of the taxes that the average American pays back for they're like, oh, here's 2%, while they gave themselves $49,000 an annual raise.
Yep.
Now we're talking about people who already get paid $175,000 a year to work a part-time job,
and to tell us that islands are going to flip over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But, that island.
Yeah, but I'm going to be straight up rude here. That guy, that is what you can expect in hires.
There it is.
Or quota hires. No, yeah, either way you put it.
Yeah, nobody wants. There's like crickets, but
I've got a friend.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, it's true. It's true. It's the whole affirmative action thing is absolutely true. Okay.
Look, I'm a woman.
I gotta have X amount
from affirmative action. I can be honest about this shit. I know that I get hired on affirmative action. Let's talk about it.
Sure. Yeah, you would. No, you would, because
No, I
as
would.
Because
as a corporation, I'd have to hire X amount of. I'd have to hire X amount of somebody's.
Right.
Fill in the blank. I have 10 positions open. I got to hold 4 of them. Okay, 4 or 5 of them for for whatever, minorities, women, whomever.
But it's the
It
only
doesn't
basis
matter
they
whether they're
hire 'em.
qualified. Right. It doesn't
You know
matter
what I
whether
mean?
they're qualified or not. They just got to shove them into that slot and meet the quota. Okay.
Right.
I mean, that's how it works. That's how it works. It does. You're not necessarily hiring the brightest and the best. You're filling out your quota. That's how it works.
Right.
And that's the way it is. And that's why. And now they're screaming $15 an hour. I have a video someplace on one of my phones. I went through a Michael's one day before Christmas this past year, and there was the whole $15 an hour, thing. And I took a video of all the Christmas trees that was stacked on the floor, on the sales floor. All of them say this side up. Meanwhile, they're upside down, okay, or they're crunched. They say not to stack more than 2. They're stacked 5 high, and all the rest. And I'm thinking to myself, this is $15 an hour.
Hey, at least U.S. soldiers realize to place the claymore properly because it says this side towards enemy.
Yeah.
You ain't kidding.
If you mess that up, it could be rather bad. It would make for a bad day.
And you're going to have a bad day.
Very bad day. Okay.
Although it will be a short day.
Good night, Melody. I see you calling it a night.
Hang on. Okay.
Good night, Melody.
My brother Detroit says Atlas approaches. I'm not sure exactly what he means by that. Do you guys know what he means?
No, but if it said Skynet, I think I would understand where he's going.
Yeah, Skynet, or yeah.
Skynet. I think Skynet and Atlas are like synonyms, but
I mean, we could go back to like after 9/11. Okay, we lost a little over 3,000 folks in that incident. It was horrible. It hurt us all. And then what did we do? A lot of people panicked and they're like, "Oh, we need more security. We need more security." Well, a lot of us have learned since that incident that every time you give the government that opportunity to say, "Hey, we'll promise you this security, but you're giving away these freedoms." I mean,
it's a comment.
What
comment of that
is next?
What is next? What is next is going to be. Well, you're already seeing it. In New York, you're seeing Bill de Blasio calling for the immediate shutting of any building used for congregational purposes permanently.
Yeah.
So, no, pardon. Let me correct. Only churches and synagogues.
Yep.
But if it's a mosque, if it's for goat fuckers, no, thank you. He's not going to touch that.
We got to roll out the red carpet for the goat fuckers. Those guys are,
Absolutely.
We don't want to be Islamophobic and allow a Muzzy to go all the snack bars.
Remember, we all believe in the same God.
Well, they're doing the same. They're doing the same shit in Europe, though. They're doing shit in Europe. They're pinning down all the Muslim low IQ goat fucking refugees run around because they're afraid that they're gonna riot.
Honestly, I kind of welcome the rioting because I saw their best. I saw their best in Iraq and, other locations in the Middle East. I'm not concerned with their ingenuity or anything like that. I mean, sure, they're great at making traps, but I mean, if it's brown, it's down. It's an easy concept to follow.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was typing for a minute.
Anyone who are remotely leftist.
I love that concept. Yeah.
Anyone who is remotely leftist at all just super cringed right there. Oh, he said it's down, it's down. Hey, I have not
I don't
seen.
think they're really leftist like
No,
that.
it's
I-
basically no,
you'd be amazed.
it's basically everybody there.
Detroit. You'll be fine, dude. You'll be shooting back with us. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
I have no
I.
filter either, Sparky, so it's okay.
Oh no! This is me with a filter on.
Oh my God, we're in huge trouble now.
I am being nice because I'm on a friend's channel and I do not want to. Well, he'd be over here. I don't want to hurt his channel. But I will tell you this. I
Redneck
did.
Roper. Howdy, brother.
How's it going, man? I did actually get to see one of the most beautiful drone strikes, and it was of a young Muslim teen fucking a goat right before the hellfire hit him. It was
The last action he'll ever do, and
Well,
maybe
did
he
at
thinks
least-
maybe he thought he was getting. Yeah, well, when he got blown up, he was busting a nut. So
hey, you know what?
Did he actually bust the nut? Did he actually get to let? Did he actually get that lucky?
No. If he did, I would feel sorry because he only mounted the thing like 30 seconds prior.
oh well,
We watched him.
done.
We watched him plant an IED, and we followed him back, and we saw
Wait,
there was a
wait,
weapons cache, and he was.
Sparky, I gotta ask you. Did he put the goat's feet in his shoes like they always say?
It wasn't that detailed. I mean, we just could tell there was here's goat, here's guy, and this was going on, and then the missile went in, and boom, and we called it Operation Goat Liberation.
Oh, man.
We were
Yeah, what the Black Matter. You're absolutely right. Poor goat. I ain't worried about the guy.
exactly.
Poor goat. Poor goat had to pay for his
Hey,
night
and you know
out.
what? This same thing happens in America daily in the Amish community.
So what did he
Well,
have to
yeah.
resort to the goat for? Did his sister kick him out, or what?
Probably he was probably lousy. He was probably lousy in the sack. That's why his sister kicked him out.
Well,
Yeah, Lone Star. This went a little bit weird, but
a little bit weird.
We'll figure
A
it out.
little bit weird.
Yeah, this just veered off into.
This went right off the cliff. No. This didn't veer nothing. This went screaming off the cliff at about 300 miles an hour with
Look,
no parachute.
Now, see, that sounds like the Democrat mentality. Let's just run it off the edge of the cliff and let it go, because that's
Oh my God.
absolutely what they want to do to our country.
well, look, you can
And
blame
we
Freedom for
We
this because Freedom knew
Holy
the moment he
crap.
put the Streamlabs information in
Oh
the
my God, JB2.
for me, knew it was just an invitation for hold right here.
That's classic. Cheshire.
JB2, you need a cigarette now? Seriously? Oh,
Brother, if I made you eat a cigarette from talking about a little bit of fun with the goat,
Yeah,
anything.
I'll be honest. That was my fault. But hey, that's all right, man. I'll fess up for it. They want to shut down my channel, then. Well,
Hey, you know
Hey.
what though? Hey, the Dangerous Freedom. Greg and I haven't been shut down yet, and we get pretty crazy on there.
oh yeah, yeah.
bet-
Cheshire and Greg, Cheshire and Watchful get pretty local. You know,
we get pretty graphic and pretty crazy on there. It's kind of
that's why I like hanging out there.
we do it on purpose. Okay.
I love hanging out there when I can.
There's plenty of channels that are around, but a lot of them are a little bit too
Out there.
no, they're a little too squeaky clean for me.
Oh yeah.
No swearing in the chat. That's boring.
yeah, no.
Gotta have fun. Look,
Yeah.
my show that I put on every Wednesday night, by the way, Thursday night streams on Wednesday night, is basically me doing this. I'll tell you what I think. I'll throw in some really shitty dad humor, and some really perverted things that probably you should not hear outside of being a soldier. But you know what? Fuck it. I want people to actually understand where I'm coming from. Yes, ma'am.
Well, where I'm coming from is that a lot of these people are talking about free speech, and then they have the freaking balls to try to tell us to clip what we're saying. And for me,
Absolutely.
it's just kind of like, you
Absolutely.
just said free speech, but then you're bitching about the language that I'm using. That's not.
No.
You're not. Yeah,
They're
you're not
saying
free.
freeze peach. They're saying freeze peach.
Freeze.
They want cold peaches.
Cold
They want
peaches.
cold peaches.
They want cold peaches. I mean, millions of peaches for free. They want to freeze those peaches. They're talking about my freeze peach.
My freeze peach. For a moment there, I thought you were a gamer or something. They were all a bunch of Super Mario people wanting to freeze Peach.
Yeah, well,
You guys know who Peach is?
Yeah.
yeah.
You're probably not too far off, Cheshire. I mean, these people are not very bright.
Well, that's true.
I mean,
No, when I'm on somebody's channel, if I've been invited in and I know what kind of folks it is, I either restrain myself or I just let it fly. Okay. It just depends. And I'm trying to be respectful of the person.
I should warn everybody.
Honestly, it's one of the reasons why I haven't been in a lot of the chats anymore. Because it's
Sparky,
fucking boring.
everybody in the chat, be ready. This is Manny.
Yeah.
Yes, he is a good Christian man, but yes, he does.
But I could cuss you out in about 6-7 different languages, and once I get on a roll and I start to lose my shit, now we got a problem. You know.
Yeah, but here it is though. I'm not a Christian, so anything goes.
That's okay.
Was never baptized. Was never baptized. So
that's all right.
It's all right. It's never too late until it is. But I mean, if you don't want to go that route, hey, that's your choice.
Warsaw Patriot. Good to see you.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. Warsaw Patriot.
All right. Go ahead, Manny.
Hey, look, man. It's real simple. You know, I've had it ataki up to here with the fucking leftists. I'm up to fucking here with the fucking leftists. All right. I can't stand them. Okay. They're a pestilence and a disease. Okay. And that's all there is to it. They are a Okay. Let's start with Bernie Sanders. Let's start with Bernie Sanders and AOC. Okay, let's start with Bernie Sanders and AOC and Biden. Okay, creepy sleepy Joe. All right. Okay, somebody has to wind him up every damn morning and wake him up and say, "Pops, we got to get to our thing." Oh yeah, where's my prunes and orange juice? You know, where are we? You know, I'm Joe Biden. I'm running for the U.S. What is it I'm running for? The Senate. Okay, yeah, I got it. No, president? Is it president?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay. Where's the kid? Somebody bring a kid to me over here, and I'll sniff her hair. Okay, bring a kid over here. Let me sniff her hair. All right, Uncle Bernie. You know, the crazy guy, the crazy Uncle Bernie. Come and give me your money. Give me your money. I'll spend it for you. You don't know what you're doing. Give it to me. I'll spend your money for you. You know, AOC, who single-handedly has obliterated the dumb blonde joke. Okay, the woman, the kid doesn't even know what the fuck a garbage disposal is.
Yeah, bullshit. You know she knows.
Okay.
Exactly.
No, she doesn't. She literally doesn't know what the hell a garbage disposal is. Either she is categorically the most brilliant person on the face of the earth who can pull off.
I doubt it. I really, really doubt it.
Right.
No, right.
Who could pull off a great acting gig, or she really is categorically the dumbest person that has ever walked the face of the earth. Okay, which is an embarrassment to Boston University, because we all know how she got her degree, and it wasn't by working on the table; it was under it. Okay,
I kind of wonder what she was doing under that table. You know, it's just I wonder whose dick she had to suck to get where she's at.
The list is long but distinguished.
Probably Hillary.
Cheshire. The list is long but distinguished. Okay.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. You don't get buck-tooth like that by sucking on popsicles.
No, you don't. You practice on those, but then you go and do the real deal. So that way you can, you can do your performance and we'll do that. Now, what is, who else? Nancy Pelosi, whose liquor distributor is paying off both his house in Hollywood and in the Hamptons by her liquor bill. Okay. He's okay.
Yeah.
He's paying off both
That's-
multi-million dollar houses with her liquor bill. But you know what? Poor kid. I actually sympathize with her because if you had to be in charge of that goddamn circus, you'd be drunk too, and probably a crackhead on top of it. All right.
Probably is. Probably is. No.
Okay.
My
That's the
guess
honest
with her
truth.
is methamphetamine. It's how she lost all of her damn.
Exactly.
Okay. That was hilarious.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So I actually. Oh, and by the way, folks, she's not Skeletor. She's not Skeletor because Skeletor was a whole lot more in shape than she is. Okay. She's another one they got to wind up and bring out of the coffin and say, "Okay, Nancy, we're going to put you in this chair. Now go to work." What? Give me a scotch. Let me start with. She starts with a
No,
scotch in
no,
the
it's
morning.
not. Give me a scotch. She's like, give me a scotch.
Yeah, give me a
That's
scotch.
how she is.
I've got a buddy.
Did you see her? I mean, did you see her on the news? She was like, "This is a really sad time in America.
hate when they
We really need to work together."
can't even pronounce a
You're
full.
fucking drunk on it on
Oh
the
my
news.
god. Yeah, she was hammered to the freaking kid.
And man, I thought Biden was bad when he gets out there and does
Oh
his
my God.
stupid little live streams. But man, Pelosi, forget it. I've got
Did you
one.
see Joe Biden cussing out that Iowa? God, who? He
Yeah.
was like, I think he was like an auto worker or something like that.
He was an auto worker.
But yeah,
There
he
was
was telling the auto worker how he was going to take away our AR-14s.
Yes.
What a fucking
Yes.
moron.
Okay. Now, as far as some of these others, I'm glad Camel Toe Harris is going back to her old job, which is how she got it in the first place. Okay, was giving up some camel toe. That's how she got her job in the first place. All right.
Yeah,
And as far as yeah, and let me tell you, some of these other people.
There was, who was who fucking? What was his name?
Brown.
Yeah.
Okay,
Brown.
what the hell is his name? Willie Brown. Willie Brown.
Yeah,
Willie Brown. Who was
that's a convenient name, Willie.
Yeah.
Brown, taking it down.
Who was getting a little, who was, getting a little.
She camel-toed Willie and got her job.
Yep. Oh, and let me tell you, some about Cuomo. Let me tell you, Warsaw Patriot, Governor Cuomo. I didn't know you could stack shit that high and that it could walk and talk at the same time. All right.
Hey, the people of the great state of New York has decided they prefer an oligarchy.
He's got the perfect mix. You got his one brother on CNN and the other brother running one of the.
They haven't got 3 brain cells between them.
With
Okay.
nipple rings.
They haven't got 3 cells. They haven't got 3 brain cells between them. The only reason they could spell their name Cuomo is because 2 of the letters are still the same. All right. So give me a freaking break. Okay. Andrew Cuomo has the IQ of a warm fucking potato.
Oh
yeah. Right? And that's an insult to the potatoes. Okay. Because
sweet potato or russet.
I like potatoes.
Russets. Okay. Let me tell you, and I'll probably get a nasty email about that. But here's the thing, Andrew Cuomo, what are you kidding me? Okay, this is what they elected, walking, talking piles of crap. Okay, the guy's what, 5'11", 6, whatever the hell height he was. I really, honest to God, didn't know that did not know that you could stack shit that high and that it could actually walk and talk at the same time. It's phenomenal. Okay.
Yeah,
it really is. And Gavin Newsom, another one. He has all the personality of a pile of dried dog shit. Okay, Gavin Newsom has no personality at all. Okay, if you cut out a mannequin or you cut out a cardboard cutout of him, okay, that would have more personality than he does. The man's a friggin' idiot. Okay, but look who elected him. He's a leftist darling. So that's.
You know what, Manny? On that note, you know what? That's where we need to really hit these people. It's like, look, you know what? right now, my congressman is Andy Biggs. He is actually against abortion. He's pro-gun, and I elected him. But these people are electing people that are pro-abortion, anti-gun, anti-freedom.
Sure.
Where are they finding all these people that don't want their own freedom?
Mexico.
Because the freedoms are not in their
They're
wheelhouse.
importing them from third world countries by the tens
Absolutely.
of millions.
You know what? I wouldn't doubt that a second. I wouldn't doubt that like 2/3 of the votes are from people that shouldn't even be here.
Well, right
They're not
now,
even alive.
right now, many in Congress are pushing for the fourth phase of this stimulus relief bill act thing they're doing.
Yeah.
They want to do mail-in votes, and they want to do that way. They want to do that so, of course, the dead can be resurrected because they have been purged from voter rolls, and they can vote.
Absolutely.
Guarantee what side they're going to vote for.
Mhm.
I'm not saying it's conspiracy. No, it's documented. You see people voting under different aliases, and that's why they want to do away with ideas like voter ID. Listen, if I have to have a picture ID to open up a fucking bank account, shouldn't I have to have one at the ballot box to prove who I am?
I have to have a picture ID to buy fucking wine.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? Like if they're going to take away that, then I don't want to have to show photo ID. I don't want to have to register my car anymore. I don't want to show photo ID whenever I want to buy something. I don't want to.
Well, okay, now buying those things are not a right. Voting is a right. Now, I will tell you this: owning a gun
is a right.
It's a right, and you have to have a picture ID in order to do that.
Right.
So why is it considered racist to require ID to vote when you require ID in order to exercise another right?
Yep.
By the way, that gray area, you're absolutely right. Every time I see Gavin Newsom on the news, I have first of all, I got to grab my wallet to make sure he's not taking it out of my back pocket, and then afterwards, I feel greasy and I got to go take a shower. You're absolutely right. That gray area. Okay, you're absolutely 110% dead on. Okay. She's oh yeah, by the way, Warsaw Patriot, I think she did do porno films. Can't
you know what? Dude, I saw her on. Never mind.
Well, hold on. I gotta find this.
I don't want.
Scroll it back up, Sparky.
Yeah, if you can find AOC's porn movies, man, you should put them on blast.
Hey, you know what? I'd nail it. I ain't gonna lie.
You want to know what the truth is? Most men would, but I mean, it's not like a woman has to have too many brain cells for a guy to fuck her. That's just a fact.
Look, I'd crack her open like a double-barrel shotgun, and I'd plug both barrels.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a few too many brain cells, Cheshire. I'm definitely not.
No, I don't have
I
that
don't
many.
need brain cells to get a hard on Dangerous Freedom, and she can make any dude hard. Shit.
Hey,
look,
let me tell you, how do you think she got her degree? How do you think
if the wind blows just right, man, it happens. I mean,
Dangerous.
It doesn't take a whole lot.
Hey, let me tell you something, Dangerous. Okay, how the hell do you think AOC got her? How do you think AOC got her degree? Okay, she just went and then started there, and then she did her business, and that's how the hell she got her degree.
Hey, look, I was
fine. I'm talking about. Okay. You understand? She just forgot that. She literally took it as blow. She went, "Oh no, it doesn't work that way."
Come on, guys! Like one night, you would do it. You would do it.
Absolutely.
Sparky said he would do it. He admitted it. Come on, man, you would do it.
Look, but I wouldn't get a blowjob from her. Now,
unless Linda.
Yes, I know. Sparky, I would be afraid of those chafing. I don't even know.
Into a conversation. We've been here for a few hours, and we're getting a little bit. We're getting a little bit out there, but
we're getting a little silly.
Real talk. Real talk.
You're more than welcome.
Real talk. Good stuff coming in.
You
don't want to get a blowjob from her until you find the coin slot to make them teeth fold back. Because honestly, she could plow a field with them things.
Marty, I have So Sparky, did you give it a second thought? I think you didn't want to be kicked by those chippies.
You gotta check. You gotta check
Oh,
behind
man.
the right and left ear because that's usually where they are. Now she's Puerto Rican, so it might be on the back of the head.
No. Wait a minute, Sparky. I got to correct you on that one. I'm Puerto Rican. It doesn't. There is no handle on the back of the head. It's the ears. Okay, let's get that straight. You understand that? You're talking to a Puerto Rican here. I can tell you for a fact it's the ears. There is no handle on the back of the head. Now,
oh no, it's not a handle. It's a coin slot because you got to.
The coin slot, yes. Oh yeah, no, the coin slot, yes. But the controller is. Yeah, but the controller is.
Oh yeah.
Okay, the controller is there. Oh yeah. The coins. No. I thought you said the handle was back there.
No, sir.
Oh no. Okay, I stand corrected. Okay, I stand corrected. The slot is back there.
I will defer to the expert.
Okay, yes,
on Puerto Rican.
absolutely. You better believe it, pal. Okay, I've had more than a few trips through Spanish Harlem, my man. Okay, and I can tell you for a fact.
So
I got breathe here.
You say like Puerto Rican chick their heads, you just grab it and.
No, they've got a money slot.
No, it's the ears. It's the ears, okay? You're controlled by the ears.
Hey, you would know, man. I'm not into like chicks of any kind, so you would know.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a
you
good
should
thing.
try it out. I mean, just once, just to experiment. Film it, send it to me.
Never had
and
any
I'll
desire.
He'll critique it, and he'll let you know what you did right and what you did wrong.
Yeah, and where you can improve. I'm sure I'll give you at least a little bit of a thumbs up. But
and make sure you shoot me that video too. I gotta give my review.
Yeah,
wait, you want me to shoot you a video of Sparky getting it on? I will shit,
Just make sure it's in high quality, high definition video.
No, this is the clearest I've ever been on video. Normally I show it blurry like Bigfoot. But that's wearing clothes. Usually when video equipment sees me naked, it automatically tries to censor because woo lad, that's a bad look.
What, it doesn't set itself on fire? Okay.
Well, I mean, your camera's holding up pretty well. I mean, it's not like it's cracked or anything. We can see.
I am clothed. Well, I mean, if you look right here, you will see a little crack in the screen.
Yeah, and there's aircraft behind him too.
Yeah.
There's a crack in his ass too.
Can you work on those aircraft?
Well, I have worked on those aircraft. Those are B-52s.
Oh, okay. I have.
Yeah. That is actually Diego Garcia flight line.
Oh my God, Diego Garcia.
Yes.
He was in the middle of freaking nowhere.
Yeah.
Literally in the middle of nowhere.
Man, there is a lot of wonderful hardware that gets dropped on foreheads.
I bet you're 1,000 miles in any direction from anywhere. Okay.
And you don't want to mess with the Queen's crabs. Evidently, they infest everything.
Yeah.
She's a dirty bitch.
Oh, shit.
No, it's actually a thing when you go to DG. That's Diego Garcia. They have land crabs there, and if you capture them and eat them, or if you play games with them or anything like that, you will be arrested for molesting the Queen's crabs.
That's a thing. That's an actual thing. That's an actual thing, Cheshire. No kidding. It's a thing.
And I mean, honestly, I have sent the Queen shampoo to help get rid of those crabs. But the dirty bitch won't take it.
Well, there's nothing like Queen's crotch crickets.
That's it.
Wow, man, that's crazy. Oh my God, literally crabs that live in the middle of the desert.
No, it's not in the middle of the desert. It's on an island.
It's on an island.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
But they're land crabs.
It's on the Queen's grassy knoll.
Yeah. If you go down to Miami, you'll find something like that as well. Around Miami,
wait. Are you telling me that we still have land in America that is owned by a foreign country?
Oh yeah, actually, most of America is owned by either Israel or China.
Well, Detroit is mostly owned right now by the Chinese.
Yeah,
I think Detroit Prepping can back me up on that one.
Most of Florida is actually owned by Israel.
What's going on with that? I thought this was all USA. What in the hell?
We allow foreign investors in our land.
By the ton, by the bushel. By the way, Warsaw Patriot, thank you very much for that shout out. I appreciate that. Yeah, go Navy.
Now I'm actually working on saving up some money so I can buy back some of Detroit, because you could buy Detroit in like blocks, city blocks for like
yeah,
eight
you
or
can.
nine thousand. And
Yeah.
I'm wanting to buy it, and basically because I want to start my own trash no state. I'm thinking about calling it Stankonia or Sparksville.
Stankonia.
I kind of like Stankonia. I kind of favor Stankonia. You know.
And basically, I'm going to bring back the old metal fist of SAC from the Air Force. With the lightning bolts coming out of it and everything, and a big old picture of Shrek next to it, and that'll be my flag.
There
Because
you
I
go.
pretty much look like Shrek, and I will rule it with an iron fist.
Attaboy.
So do you think after all this that we're going through right now, Shire, this is your question too. Do you think that the U.S. is going to consolidate and bring everything back in? Like when I was growing up, everything used to be made in the USA. I mean, I remember when I used to get my G.I. Joe dolls, and they all said made in the USA. You think we're going to go back to everything made in the USA now, or what? What are we going to do now?
We do need to manufacture things more here. We do need to be more self-reliant.
For
If
me,
anything,
yeah.
this thing is going to teach us that. But even if nothing else, it teaches us who are able to be more reliant on ourselves. Okay, as in grow your garden, and take care of your business. Okay. As far as manufacturing or anything like that, unless unless the corporations wise up and understand that China is not a safe place to invest or to do anything like that, they need to get those companies back here. Okay, but there has to be some honest reality checks, and we talked about this before on whether somebody's worth $15 an hour or something like that. If you're a low skill worker, you're not. Let's be honest, you're not.
No.
Okay? But you have to build more things here. Okay? We built rebuilt Europe. We rebuilt Asia. Okay? But because of past problems, or not past problems, but past policies, we managed to screw that all up. And I'm not. These people are dead by now. The ones who made these decisions. This needs to be a wake up call, if nothing else, at the basic individual level, that you cannot rely on the feds or the state to take care of your ass. Okay?
Yeah.
Get out there, build your garden, okay? Do whatever it takes. All right? Use your brain, okay? And just be prepped. You should be prepped anyway. The day of something jumping off is not the day that you figure out, oh, maybe I should, get ready. No, it needs to be done. It is my hope and prayer that manufacturing comes back, but there has to be some real checks, reality checks.
Let me address something in the chat. Warsaw Patriot says, and don't rely on these damn college degrees, because college won't always get you a job. You're not wrong, but see, now that's a cultural thing, Patriot, because honestly, when I was growing up, when Warhorse was growing up, Freedom was growing up, we were always told, hey, if you go to college, you're going to make good money.
Nah, nobody told me that.
No one told you that? Huh.
Nah.
Well, I know my parents.
I'm a bit older.
My parents told me that, but they also did it with a caveat, and they said, look, if you can't get a degree, if we can't afford it, get yourself a damn trade.
Yeah.
Now, people need to start remembering there are things such as trades. We need skilled workers.
Yeah.
Because power plants
That's
don't operate themselves. Cars don't fix themselves.
Nope.
Planes. I work on multi-million-dollar aircraft, and guess what? You can't launch thousands of pounds of steel and aluminum into the air and expect it to fly without skilled work.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
we need to.
Impressive, man. I'll give you props on that.
Man, it's basic
You're a
air
better
pressure.
mechanic than I am. I mean,
Oh no, I can barely change the oil in my car though.
my timing belt.
No, I can't do that. I don't know how to do that.
But here's the thing.
I can
You
fix
can
the
fix
engine.
one of those things in the background, but
Yeah.
can't fix the timing belt on your own.
No, I'm pretty ignorant on that, and I will admit that. But it's because I'm so hyperly specialized that
Yeah.
I send my vehicle to someone who is equally specialized in automobiles.
Especially the way they build cars now.
Oh
Are
yeah,
you kidding me?
insane.
This ain't the Ford Mustang you can take apart in the backyard, back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Okay. You really need to know what the hell you're doing
But I
when you're
have
screwing around with one of these cars.
I hold a degree. I have a bachelorate, and I also hold a trade. I have made way more money with my trade, but in order for me to move up within my trade to become supervision, I had to get a degree. And so
Okay.
that's really where my degree comes into play. Now, my degree is in communication and history. So basically, I know how to frame shit, kind of like the politicians do. I'm taught how to do that, and I
Mhm.
also know how to research, because that's really all a history degree is. It's a license to know how to look shit up and interpret what you read.
That's it.
Yeah.
Warsaw Patriot, God bless you. Military is also a big opportunity, and I'm willing to go for. You know what, Warsaw Patriot, if that's the route that you got to go, or that's the route you choose, may God bless you and watch over you. Okay. Here's the thing: not everybody is cut out for college, but having raised young women who went through high school and having volunteered at several different school levels, I can tell you that the counselors are, how shall I put it? They're pushed to
Yeah.
push these kids to
It's
send them to college, and they end up years, if not decades, in debt. Okay, when they could have just as easily gone to a trade school. Not everybody's meant to go to college. You can go. Listen, the world is still going to need plumbers. The world is still going to need electricians. The world is still going to need mechanics. They're going to need hairstylists. My daughter, thank God, she is a wonderful hairstylist, okay, who's currently out of work, all right, but she improves herself all the time. She goes to professional seminars and stuff like that. She continuously improves. My youngest daughter is now in the banking business. She's starting as a teller, but she has her goals. My oldest daughter, who has Asperger's, she just graduated last December from community college. Okay, but with a useful degree. Okay, but she knows where she's got to start, even though she has Asperger's. All right, she knows where she's got to start, so she's trying to build herself up. But the bottom line is, not everybody's cut out for college. I never went to college.
And you know what? Honestly, Warsaw Patriots talking about going in the military. Let's be honest. Not everyone's cut out for the military either. The military is a great opportunity. Had it not been for the military, I would not have my current trade, nor would I have my college degree, because I got my degree through the college, through the Montgomery GI Bill, post 9/11 chapter. But not everyone can do the military, because some people go in, they get injured, they get discharged. Some people have mental issues. Some people literally cannot be told what the fuck to do.
I think that's more of the line that I fall into, because I had friends as I was growing up, before I was 18, and I considered joining the military, but some of them had been through the military and they told me what to expect, and I was like, I ain't doing that. And instead I went into carpentry. So
Hey, nothing wrong with that. There are people who are not cut out for the military, and there's people who join that should not.
You know what's really weird though, Sparky, is that even though I didn't go into the military, you know, to get that forced indoctrination. I have still learned I've still learned the basics. You know, you got to improvise.
Mm-hmm.
You got to overcome. I mean, I learned all the basics, and you know, and through my life, that's what I've been doing. I've been doing it for damn near 50 years. I'm doing well. My kids are doing well. You know, we're pretty much good to go. I mean, hell, even as far as the prepping, you know, people are coming up and they're like, we can't find this in the store. It's like, wow,
See,
that sucks. What
well,
can you use? What can you use instead? You know, okay, so you can't find toilet paper in the store. Do they have T-shirts? Well, take a T-shirt, cut it up.
Well, but hey, I mean, it'll work.
well, see, here it is. There's another thing. Not only are certain people not cut out for college, not only certain people cut out for the military, but let's go back to the college thing. Invader Zim, I think it was Invader Zim, but somebody said, okay, oh, that gray area. It wasn't Invader Zim, it was that gray area. I wouldn't be able to deal with normal college because of all the woke shit. No kidding. Okay, we
I had
touched
that
on it
problem.
early.
I actually had that problem when I went to my alma mater, OU.
Mm-hmm.
And I graduated at age 40. So I went as an older student, a non-traditional student, but I went with to the classes with the traditional kids. And what I did to actually deal with the wokeness is I started to engage in debate. So if the professor would be talking about some feminist theory or whatever, I would just raise my hand, and that's all fine and good. But let's talk about how the real world works. Now, the majority of academia, those who can do, those who cannot teach. That is actually a very true statement. Most college professors
You know,
have
I've
never
actually
worked a
told
day
some
outside of
teachers that I
academia.
didn't like that. They got pissed.
I've said that, and then
Yeah.
You couldn't
later
eat
became
your way out of a paper bag.
I've told
No, there
professors
was
that,
a
and then
teacher
later became a
who was
teacher.
it was a dick,
And
and that was pissing me off. I told him yes, I told him the reason that they were there and teaching is because those who teach because who can't do.
but
Exactly.
Kicked out of
now when you're looking
I'm not surprised, Cheshire.
when you're
You know?
looking at things like engineering, those who are usually teachers, they are doing that because they've already made their nut. They've already made their money, and
Mm-hmm.
they want to coast. So those guys and gals are pretty much straight on good. But if you see a psychology professor, okay, yeah, you know they haven't done anything real. Women's and gender study, those people are obnoxious.
Uh-huh.
Look, I don't care if you have a vag or a peen. You're a person. I'm going to treat you the same way. If you act stupid, I'm going to call you out. If you're respectable, whatever, cool, you'll get respect. That's who I am.
Warsaw Patriot. Yes, I agree with that statement from earlier. I scrolled up a little bit about what you really admire about the military is over college is the discipline in the family. Yes, but you have to be willing to accept that discipline.
And you
But
have
yes,
to give up a piece of yourself.
you have to give up a piece of yourself. But you're part of something bigger than yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're part of something bigger than yourself. You learn to be dependent on the guy or the woman beside you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you learn to be part of a team. Okay,
But
it
you're
doesn't
not
matter. You're
free.
not an individual. Okay, yes, and they do try to take care of families a whole lot more than what they used to. All right, now the flip side of that, it is a hard life. Okay, it's a hard life, especially for the married. The toughest, now I've seen this on coffee cups and t-shirts and stuff like that, and no truer statement has been made. The toughest job in the United States military is being a military spouse.
Yeah.
Because you got to be mommy, daddy, and counselor all rolled up into one. You're going to be raising the kid. The spouse is going to be raising the kid by themselves the majority of the time. Okay, This is just the way it is. And if you accept that, you can have a very good life in the military. But it is not for everybody. It is a hard, hard life. It's just the way it is.
I did not choose that life. I went the other way because, you know, I've been with my kids pretty much the entire time. I've never been shipped away. I mean, maybe I worked a 12-hour day or something, or had to spend the night somewhere else. But I mean, I could never imagine being that far away from my family. I couldn't. Now, am I ready to defend the country? Now, that's a different story. I'm ready to tell my kids, hey, I love you. You know where all the preparations are. I'm taking this with me, and I'm hopefully going to win this fight, because I don't want my kids to have to deal with the bullshit that our government is doing right now.
Right. Warsaw Patriot, it is challenging. And if you accept the challenge, and if you decide to raise a family in the military, you're going to have to understand some very basic things. Okay, you're going to be there with the family, but your primary duty is going to be to your unit and to the branch of the service that you choose. Okay, which according to what you said was Navy. Okay, you better understand that. Yeah, and it's a whole lot different now than it was when I did it. Okay, when I was in, all I had was snail mail and the occasional phone call when I was in port that I could call home. All right, now they have internet and whatnot. Okay, so it's a different Navy than when I was in. Yes. All right, but the deployment is still the same. If you go to sea, if you're on sea duty, you're on a ship, you're going to be gone. Okay, and you're not going to be there to help your spouse, you know, hold your child, you know, get them through the illnesses. You're going to miss things like birthdays and things like that. Birthdays, Christmases,
the birth of your own child.
And the birth of your own child. You're going to miss birthdays, Christmases, Thanksgivings. You're going to have to realize that you're going to give up certain things, but you are part of something bigger than yourself. Okay?
And let me add a little bit on that.
Absolutely.
Also, one of the most common phrases that I heard throughout my military career was, "Did the military issue you that?" So if you're talking about your wife and your kids, well, did the Navy issue that, or did you acquire that on your own?
Oh yeah,
basically saying I don't give a fuck. And when I became an NCO, and my young airmen and soldiers, because I was Air Force and Army in that order. Ooh, bad order, by the way. I had to say that exact same phrase, because at the end, the mission doesn't give two shits about your family. The mission cares about the mission.
Because the mission is what's first.
Yes.
Okay. You have to go to sea. You go to sea. That's the end of that. Let me tell you, I was not married at the time. Okay.
What was your rate? What was your rate?
I was an aviation electronics tech with F-14 Tomcats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So every time, and I was part of a unit, my Battle E, which is a battle efficiency award, my Battle E signified that my F-14 unit, okay, and I'm giving away my age here, in 1984, 85, was the best F-14 unit in the Navy, because they don't give you that unless you're the best.
The Gaddafi incident?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Props.
Yep. There you go. But you have to understand that you are sacrificing yourself, but you are part of something greater. Yeah. You're leaving a legacy. You're leaving a legacy.
You're looking into the Seabees. The Seabees have a proud tradition. They are some of the toughest construction workers in the history of the United States military. I'm Air Force and Army, and I have respect for them. And I don't respect shit that's Navy normally, because first of all, they have their name on their ass. The Marines know what they're getting into. And second of all, no, actually, I love the Navy. My father was a SEAL. He was he was a SEAL back in Vietnam.
Okay.
And he was a member of Team 4.
Okay.
Down in Gulfport, Mississippi. Great group of guys, love the Navy, but honestly, I hate the seaborne Navy, because brown shoe Navy over black, because no one likes getting things in the ass like the black shoes. Just saying.
Yeah.
And
Oh, they were a pain in the ass.
my Airedale friend, he completely
Yeah.
can back that up.
Oh yeah, they're a pain in the ass. Okay, literal and figurative. But anyway, so,
Cheshire, you want to jump in here, hon?
that,
No,
I'm sorry, Cheshire.
I'm just sitting and listening to you guys go.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. No, but it's
okay.
just understand.
I'll jump in here really quick, okay? Because as much love and respect as I have for our military, and everybody that has served and everybody that's died and fought and whatever for this country, I respect them. I just took a different route. That doesn't mean I have less respect. I still take an oath to this country.
Hey, honestly, freedom.
That oath to the Constitution that you guys have to take, I carry it even more than most of the cops in my area.
Well, that's awesome. But I'll tell you this, and Warhorse will probably tell you the same thing. I didn't do it for my country. I mean, I eventually drank the Kool-Aid and firmly believe that now. But when I joined, I did not do it for my country. I didn't do it for my community. I didn't do it to the guy to my left and my right. I did it for fucking me. Okay. Number goddamn one. Okay. Because that's why I joined the military. Now, later, as I progressed through it and grew to love it, then it became God and country.
No,
but let's
how it starts.
Let's make no bones about it. I did it for number one. I did it for ME.
Right.
And it was because I had no other options, because I spent my first year in college drinking, smoking, and playing fucking hacky sack. I was the perfect fucking liberal, dude. And then my mom said, "Hey, I'm not going to pay for you to go to college to drink, fucking get high, and play hacky sack. You're supposed to be going to fucking college. You're cut the fuck out." And I went, "What the fuck am I going to do?" And, recruiter comes up and says, "Hey, down on your luck?" And I'm like,
okay, I get what you're saying.
No, you start out ignorant. Even if you prepare, you start out ignorant, because you are. When I enlisted, I'll be honest with you. When I enlisted, I was 19. Okay, I didn't know my ass from a hole in the ground. All right. If you'd have taken both my hands and put them on my ass and told me it was my ass, I wouldn't have believed you. Okay. That's how dumb I was.
All right.
But I went through countless jobs after I graduated from high school. All right. Because that's just, and I'm not going to get into all the circumstances why, but I went through a shit ton of jobs. I was basically, losing myself. So I said, I got to grab onto something or I'm screwed. And I'm tired of this crap. So I decided, you know what? It's time for me to man up. Now, I kind of had an idea of what I was getting into, but I enlisted. I said, it's got to be kind of start someplace. And because of it, it has given me the discipline and the foundation to do the things that I do now. Okay. I learned leadership principles from some of the finest guys I will ever have the privilege of serving beside. Okay. A guy who taught me a basic principle that I use to this day is a simple one. Work the problem. Don't let the problem work you. That's a principle that Butch Shannon, I credit him for, and he's a Vietnam era guy, okay, who taught me, okay, work the problem, don't let the problem work you. Then I, just like you, Sparky, I fell in love with it, loved it. I wish I had done 20. I wasn't smart enough to do 20, but that's another story. But anyway,
I left.
All right. Okay. So on that note, I got to bring up a story. A few of my buddies were in the military, and one of them brings up this one story that he met from a guy that was a little bit higher skilled than him. And anyways, this friend of his, they were talking about survival and prepping. And he's all like, one day you and your family are going to have to run. You will get caught and you and your family will die. Prepare for that. And ever since he told me that story, it's stuck in his mind and it's stuck in my head. It's like, okay, if you can prepare that you're going to have to run one day and you're going to get caught, but if we can prepare to not get caught, then who knows? Maybe we won't die. I mean, I maybe that seems a little extremist. I just think that's proper planning. Honestly, I mean, if I have to split here right now, I mean, I could. It just would not be right now.
Well,
Well,
that's just the thing. Everybody has to choose. Now, I do not call out anybody. This is just a general statement. Okay. I've always wondered, and this has nothing to do with you, Dangerous, because I know how you feel. I'm talking about just your average everyday person who thumps their chest, swears up and down that they are going to, well, I won't go quietly. If the cops show up at my house and try to take my guns, I won't go quietly. Now, here's the thing. Okay. It's just like I talked about before. When the moment of truth smacking you in the face, okay, the moment of truth, that 1 minute in your life when it really, the shit is hitting the fan, okay, for you personally, are the same people who are thumping their chests actually going to follow through? Okay, that's my question. And that's something that each individual person's got to answer for themselves. Okay, because for me personally, the louder the guy or the woman, or the more that they thump their chests, okay, swear up and down that, I'll die before this happens, are usually the first ones to fold in a crisis. Okay, that's just been my personal experience. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Whereas the quiet one is usually the first person, okay, that suddenly you're like, holy crap, where'd that set of balls come from? That it just comes down to individual choices.
Yeah.
I will tell you this as a combat vet. Even if you follow the 6 Ps, proper planning prevents piss poor performance.
Uh-huh.
You don't know until you're there.
Ooh.
Until you're actually in the shit. Until you become initiated, you will not know. And I mean, it's just it's a character check. It is just something that is, what is more important to you? Do you have more fight over flight, or do you have more flight over fight? And that is something that not everyone can answer right off the bat. Until you're put in that position, you honestly will not know. But I always tell people that if you are concerned about something, then you need to practice, because I do follow the 6 Ps. Remember this. Proper practice prevents piss poor performance. So
yeah.
Right.
Proper preparation, yeah, or practice, whatever you want.
Proper preparation prevents piss poor performance.
Well, ain't that quite the tongue twister?
Yeah, it gets a little. It was something that was screamed at us over and over and over, and you heard it everywhere.
Oh.
But on that note, let me gracefully bow out. Dangerous Freedom, thank you for having me on.
Hey, Sparky, thank you. Hey, do you want to? Are you sure you want to head out just yet? We had a couple of questions.
Okay, let me answer those then.
Okay, OG Mods. I know this might be an obvious question, but I want your guys' opinion on this. Do you think that after the virus, everything will mostly go back to normal?
No.
No.
I second that. No, it's never going to go back to normal.
There will be a new normal.
Yeah,
there will be a new normal.
Thank you for coming here. You're more than welcome here. The majority of us are on the same opinion. No, they're trying to steal more of our freedom. And They're doing it very cleverly this time. They're telling us to stay home. So they're basically breaking all of our constitutional rights to steal more of our freedom.
Well, they
Basically,
haven't
we're free to
made it.
go to work,
It's
and
really
we're free to go home. That's it.
What's that?
Some are free to go to work. Some are free to go home. People like me,
You know what?
currently, I cannot go to work because
I've got friends that have to go to work, and they're pissed off because their salary. They have to go to work, and here I am getting paid to stay at home.
yeah, I'm getting paid to stay home as well. But Freedom, thank you for letting me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
American Warhorse, nice talking to you, Cheshire Cat. Also,
Man.
nice talking to you. For those of you who don't know,
Likewise.
you know me, I am Aircraft Sparky. Every week I do a shitty podcast called
On
Thursday Streams
the Thursday night stream on Wednesday.
on Wednesday night. Thursday night streams on Wednesday night on my channel, Aircraft Sparky, which can be found right here. This
Love
name
you,
right here.
Thanks
Go
for
ahead.
joining.
Check that out. Dangerous Freedom is someone who I have been talking to back and forth in chats
Yeah,
for years now.
yeah, quite a few years. Yeah.
You know, it's all about that freedom, and
Yeah.
we love him. And you know what? Since y'all love him, I guess I have to love y'all too by proxy. Although Cheshire Cat, I now have developed a crush for.
I know. You're looking for.
But
Wow.
y'all
I'm
have a great
sexy
night.
and I know it.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's all
she
about
is.
that white dot action, baby. Woo! Y'all take care.
I'm
Anyway,
twerking in my
Sparky,
box,
I'm gonna
buddy.
hit you up later.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Y'all
Absolutely, man. All right, man.
Okay, I did have a couple more questions here.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
that was
Warsaw
bad.
Patriot, I thought posted something up. Are you talking about that, Dangerous? He said something about a clear abuse of red flag law.
Someone got shot.
yeah,
The guy and his
yeah,
pregnant
dude,
girlfriend
that
or
was
whatever got shot over.
okay. This guy was. I mean, he was not really a gun guy. He just was. He was more of a computer geek that had a gun and liked his gun because he learned how to use it and he learned how to use his computer. And then somehow they red flagged him and came in, and the SWAT team shot him outside the house. They literally shot from outside the house, killed him. I didn't know they killed the wife.
Wait a second.
But she was
Was this a red flag law, or did this guy just get?
No, it was a violation. From what I understood, this was a violation of a red flag law. If I got my information correct. Now,
Okay.
Warsaw posted
Even article?
the article in the chat. Unfortunately, if I pull up the article, the way that this thing is going to work, I'm going to end up dropping out. Okay? If I pull up the article.
You want me to pull it up?
Yeah, if you could pull it up, that would be helpful.
Okay, I will go ahead and pull it up. Okay. Let's see here. Might take me just a second. Crap.
Invader Zim says it's not going to be the same, at least for a long time to come, unless there's a revolution. Keep your eyes peeled. It's possible for them to shut down the power grid. I'm going to be honest. They're probably going to use this coronavirus
to steal more of our rights. Wow.
Well, they're basically what they're doing is they're making us they're allowing us out to go to work, and then they're letting us go home. We're like fucking cattle at this point. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm livestock.
You're going to see me disappear for just a second, but my camera's going to move. No, because I'm going to pick up something. Dangerous, you grab that article. I'll be right back.
But you know what? I gotta have a convo. I gotta have a convo with Cheshire. No, I know exactly how you feel. They are treating us like cattle. They are basically telling us you need to stay home for public safety. Well, what is the oldest motto that I remember about safety? If you're willing to give up essential freedom for a piece of
for safety, you deserve
safety,
neither freedom nor safety.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that
Ben
that
Franklin said that.
ahead. So every time I hear it's for your own safety, I just go like, I am my own safety. What the hell are you talking about, man? I am my own
Well, I got to
safety.
be honest. At this
You know
point,
what I mean?
at this point,
I don't,
guys,
I don't need,
would
I don't
rather
need an armed cop.
I would rather
In fact, the
contract
cop probably doesn't want to be here.
I would rather
What was that,
contract
Cheshire?
coronavirus, and I would rather contract coronavirus and fucking die from it than have to live just being confined to work or home.
Right. Can I show you something? Can I show you guys something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right here. Okay. Now it
Yeah.
says Gestapo, KGB, and KVD. Letter of transport, permission to travel. Keep in car. This is an actual document that I have been given. I was just the guy who put that crap there. Okay, let's get that straight. I put that on the envelope. Okay.
Oh, I can't
This
wait
is
to
an
hear this.
actual thing. Check it out. All right.
Man, he's got deep secrets.
This is from the corporation that I work
Ooh,
for,
let's do this.
the hospital. Essential Critical Infrastructure Worker Memorandum, valid March the 22nd to September the 30th, 2020. It names me as the employee. This letter identifies the above named team member as an essential critical infrastructure worker as designated by the Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, of the Department of Homeland Security, March 19, 2020 memorandum on identification of essential critical infrastructure workers during COVID-19 responses. The above specified memorandum published guidance designating essential critical infrastructure workers in various critical infrastructure sectors for the declared national emergency caused by the spread of COVID-19. Healthcare is part of the critical infrastructure of the United States, and the above named team member is essential to the continued operation of the critical infrastructure, which is vital for national public safety and health. What this means is, okay, I call this a letter of transport on purpose.
It's
Okay?
a passport.
What this means is that when you notice I say when
When
the big lockdown comes, not if, but when, okay, this letter of transport, which is going to be kept in my car,
I do.
prevents me from winding up in the can, okay, because I have been declared a critical infrastructure employee. That's verbatim. Okay, that is verbatim, which means that when it comes, I will be basically allowed to go to work and to come back. Okay, with the occasional side trip to the supermarket.
And the
All
ammo,
right, and the ammo
if you can find any.
if I can find any. Okay.
At this point, dude, we're all about in the same boat. Now, granted, I mean, we haven't locked down quite like you have. See, out here in Arizona, I mean, we've got the recommendation to stay at home, but we don't have like cops pulling us over if we're driving to the grocery store or driving up the block or anything like that. I mean, it hasn't gotten that bad yet, and that would really be horrible because I mean, there's a lot of gun owners in Arizona, and most of us don't like the police all that much. In fact, just look at last weekend. We had 3 cops shot. I'm not saying nothing about that other than 3 cops got shot. One of them died. So, you know, maybe gun confiscation ain't such a good idea out here. Maybe not restricting us as much might be a good idea. That is freaky what you just told me, Manny.
Cheshire, can I ask you something? Cheshire, you're a way smarter woman. Okay, you're way smarter than I am. Okay, Cheshire, am I thinking that that's a letter of transport, or am I just pulling that out of my ass?
No, it's a letter of transport. As a matter of fact, the first thing that comes to mind is in Nazi Germany when they were putting people into ghettos and then giving them papers to go, basically being named essential workers and being given papers to
Mm-hmm.
leave the ghettos to go to work and
Mm-hmm.
then back. And if they were caught
Mm-hmm.
without their papers, the Nazi Gestapo would shoot these people. And
Exactly.
it actually makes me think about that. You guys have seen Schindler's List, right? You know, the thing
Yeah,
that
I have.
pops in my head is the guy who's like, I'm an essential worker. I work for Oscar Schindler, and they
Mm-hmm.
shoot him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
That's what this kind of makes me think of. It gives me the creeps, to be
And that
honest.
is a verbatim. Now, they went into other details, but what I read for you and the chat was the first two paragraphs of an official document as issued by my corporation, okay, with the blessings of the Department of Homeland Security.
Hmm.
Okay, that I received that document on Friday. Okay, I noticed that it says to September the 30th, 2020.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
maybe they're
because
just covering their ass.
this isn't going to go away.
Not
Well,
hardly.
they've already said that we would be out by the end of March. And now they're pushing it to
Yeah.
the end of April. What they're going to
Mm-hmm.
do is they're going to keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. This is going to be they're manipulating us is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you know, if we're all going to get sick with COVID,
Mm-hmm.
um
Let us get sick.
yeah, we're going to get sick
I'll
with it.
probably be fine, dude. I might already have it. Who knows? Maybe I had
Warsaw
it 2 weeks
Patriot.
ago and got over
I
it.
have
Don't
one ancestor was taken to Auschwitz and the other that was killed by the Soviets in Poland in 1945.
you know?
My great grandfather escaped Europe before a lot of this happened and came to the United States, but
Mine did
it took
too.
a toll on him.
Yeah,
Well, my great
mine did.
grandfather was Jewish, so
I came here a few hundred years before the Nazi
Yeah.
crap, but
yeah,
Warsaw.
my father's side's been in the country since the inception, and my mother's side came over right before it was like the late 20s, about the time that Hitler was starting to rise to power is when they escaped.
Yeah. Warsaw Patriot. First of all, I know about. I do a tour every year for the middle school kids in Stafford County. There's a particular middle school that I'm a volunteer at. Okay. I take them. I take about I'm part of a team of educators because I'm a volunteer educator. I've been doing this for about 12 years. I take a busload of kids to the Holocaust Museum in DC. Okay. And I know, and I take them through there along with their teachers and all the rest. And I'm basically their tour guide.
oh,
All right. I take about anywhere from like 55 to maybe 80 kids through the Holocaust Museum. All right. Now, I'm going to share with you a personal story. I have met many survivors of the death camps and all, but particularly Auschwitz, because I grew up in New York. There's obviously a big Jewish population in New York. I visited their houses. I played with their kids. I went to school with their kids. You know, I knew these people firsthand, personally.
yeah.
Okay. So this for me is a little bit more personal.
Kids.
Yeah, even though my ancestry didn't have to deal with that I know of, okay? The point being is because I've met these people, I understand your sentiment, okay? Um, but that being said, what I read, and by the way, Dangerous, while you were gone, Cheshire, she kept me straight because I asked her. Okay, I don't know if you caught it or not, but I asked her, was I imagining this as a letter of transport? Was I pulling that out of my ass, or
Oh,
was it a real deal? And
well, no,
she said, no, it's the real thing.
dude, it's kind of like what I was telling you earlier when I was like, there's a picture in front of us, but a lot of pieces are missing. And when I'm starting to filling them in with history, like I know, that is a big part of the history, dude. They call Trump the Nazi.
Nope.
They are. They are the freaking Nazis.
Well, if
Well,
you
was
really
it-
want to get to the nitty gritty, if you even want to look at the CCP, they are basically, I like to call them Nazis. They're really more Nazi socialist than they are communist.
Are you
Yes.
And it's
talking about
because they are, because China is an ethno-nationalist regime. I'm not kidding. They're committing genocide against, all
Yes,
kinds
they
of
are.
different non-ethnic.
Yeah,
There's something about the ethnic purity of the Han Chinese versus other different China, like the Cantonese and Mandarin. They've got the Uyghurs in concentration camps as we speak, and they've destroyed the Tibetans. So the way that they operate is like Nat socialists. So I would almost say I would call them Nazis, the National Socialist Chinese Workers Party. They call themselves the CCP, but they actually act like Nat socialists.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, they do. Okay, you're absolutely right about that. OG Mods, I see you in here. You asked a question. I'm going to try to answer that in just a minute.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cheshire's right.
Fresh blood.
Cheshire's dead on. Cheshire's dead on right.
Yeah.
It started with the Cultural Revolution. I talked about it earlier. It started with the Cultural Revolution of the '60s under Mao Zedong.
So,
Okay.
how many people did he
Well,
kill?
A lot.
He killed.
50 million?
They're saying 60 to 100 million. 60 to 100 million are the amounts that Mao Zedong killed.
Oh, that's
Now, that if Hitler would have been allowed to run Europe the way he was running it, he would have murdered a lot. He ended up murdering 17 million people in Europe. A million of them were Jewish, but he was purging gypsies. He was purging anybody who wasn't German. He was purging Catholics. He was purging a lot of different people. And as those, and this is the thing about scapegoating, because Hitler, it was Jews that were scapegoated, gypsies that were scapegoated. He scapegoated Catholics and other different ethnic
Undesirables,
undesirables,
and those
gay.
and those who were and those who are gay, and also those with physical deformities and the mentally retarded.
Well, yeah.
Oh, does that include
Yeah.
this virus? I mean, this virus is killing like
So
half of
dangerous
what.
freedom. When I'm talking about scapegoating here, the needle constantly moves.
Mhm.
Because what is a group of societies still purged, and then what these groups society is still fucked up, and so they end up needing to have a scapegoat to purge them and
Right.
the purge so the bodies stack up, and so they're allowed to do this since the Cultural Revolution. Probably about 100 from the Maoist revolution as to date. And I think that Hitler would have done the same thing in Europe over time if he had had more time. China has been under this.
Pol Pot.
Yeah.
Pol Pot did this. I'm sorry, Cheshire. Okay. Pol Pot did the same thing in Cambodia. Okay.
Yes, he did.
He was responsible for up to, I think, which amounted to about 9 or 10 million people.
So what you're telling me here is that governments, on average, kill more of their citizens than other citizens.
Well, especially
Once
socialists.
they become centralized. Yeah. Once they become centralized and large, and that's what they do. Our government is extremely.
Stalin.
It's larger.
Tell me
more bloated than you even think.
Joe Stalin.
Not telling me.
Joe Stalin in the the late 20s and 30s, and then through the 40s and the 50s.
He murdered tens of millions worth of.
Yes, he
could
Who
teach. He could teach Adolf Hitler how to kill people. I'm talking Joe Stalin.
Stalin, yes, Stalin made Hitler look like a Boy Scout when it comes
Absolutely.
to numbers.
Let me tell you something else.
But
Let me tell
Mao
you something
still
else.
topped them all. Mao still topped them all. But
Yeah.
I'm
No, he did.
honest, the other ones
He
they
killed.
took
Mao killed more than Hitler and Stalin, Pol Pot combined.
Right.
they got good history lessons and they did the same. And is that what we should be expecting tomorrow? I mean, I don't know what our government is doing right now. That's what I'm telling you, man. They are giving us this picture with a bunch of pieces missing, and most people are just looking at it like, wow, that's bad. That's bad. Me,
Well,
I'm
there's a
putting
large number of people in our government that have been bought off by the fucking CCP. A large portion of them.
I'm taking pieces of history and putting them in that picture and going, wow, folks, I hope you're all armed.
Well, you know who I worry about, and I'm going to tell you why, and then I'm going to get to OG Mod's question because I have it frozen here on my computer.
Awesome.
Okay,
Sure.
because I want to make sure I get to it because it's a very good question. All right, you know who I'm worried about? Not necessarily our government. Who I'm worried about are the Chicoms. Okay,
Yes.
because the Chicoms have done the following again, and I have said it over and over. Nobody take my word for nothing. I don't want anybody to take my word for anything. Okay, but the evidence is out there. All through they claim the entire South China Sea. Doesn't matter that the Philippines are there. Doesn't matter that other countries have laid claim to it. China has actually built islands.
Yep.
Okay, all around the South China Sea and amongst others. They've actually rammed other ships, okay, to keep them away. And this is a hotly disputed area.
How
Okay.
is nobody getting shot?
No, there have been people shot. Mainstream media here just doesn't talk about it because it's not. First of all, let's make clear that a lot of these so-called mainstream media corporations are backed by either George Soros or some kind of globalist organization, or they're out and out owned by the Chinese through a shell corporation. It's been proven. It has been proven. That's not hearsay. It's there. Okay, that's why mainstream media doesn't want to piss off their bosses by reporting on this stuff. Number two, okay, China has basically, from a ecological point of view, has devastated the western coast of Africa's fishing grounds, okay, because they control most of the fishing off of the west coast of Africa to the point where most of the African countries like Ghana and Sierra Leone, okay, and all the rest can barely even feed themselves. All right. And they pay off officials to let them fish, even though in those waters, even though it's off of the west coast of Africa. All right. Now, number three, all through the African continent, the Chinese are building left and right. Okay, because they own and operate infrastructure such as oil fields, power plants, and all the rest of that stuff. What was it? The app basically, there's an article that I came across that Africa is becoming China's China. Now, what that means is back in the early part of the 20th century and the late part of and all through the 19th century, China was very divided. There were colonies all through China that were German owned, British owned, even American owned.
Yeah.
China was divided.
Hong Kong.
Okay.
Yeah, Hong Kong was
Right. Yeah. Well, China, since it united, has now been turning Africa into their China.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've heard that. Yep.
All right. They
Basically,
own colonies.
they're colonizing Africa.
Yeah, exactly, Cheshire.
Buying it out.
Yes, exactly, Cheshire.
Now, under economic development packages, all kinds of other things. But they, and whatever they can't buy, steal, they bribe. They're not above bribery. Okay. And not even, and like obvious bribery. All right. So that's who I'm worried about, because they're constantly pushing and basically taking over, and they've been given pretty much by the world a free hand. This is also a fact. Last year, before this happened, okay, in Australia, this is a fact, or at least you can check it out for yourself. In Australia, they bought up most, if not all, of the Australian medical equipment, ventilators, personal protective equipment, you name it. They were buying it up by the literal ton, okay, sending it back to their countries. Then, when this thing hit, they did two things. One, they just about what, a week ago said, oh, we will help our Western neighbors. They're trying to make themselves look good by offering aid to, hardest hit, like Italy, and things like that. Okay, to those hardest hit.
China can't help anybody. China can't.
And then sending them defective ventilators.
Right.
Yeah, they're really
Then,
Yeah.
exactly, Cheshire. Then, at the same time, now think about this, folks. At the same time, the Australian companies have been going basically belly up because of this whole thing that their country is essentially in lockdown. So they just offered to come in and we will help by buying your companies to keep them afloat. In other words, they buy out the company, they become the company, okay? And lo and behold, you now have Chinese companies on Australian soil. And oh, by the way, Detroit Prepper backed me up on this,
Oh yeah.
okay? He backed me up on this. China is buying entire swaths of the Detroit area for a nickel. Okay, they're buying it for nothing.
Is
They're
that
buying up they're buying up real estate left and right in
is
the
that
Detroit area.
why that Elon Omar, whatever that is, that why?
Ilhan Omar? Yeah,
Is that
she's from there.
is
Yeah,
that
she's
why
from
we're
there.
Muslims in here?
Yeah, but that bitch is in
China-
Michigan or in Minnesota. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
go
she's in Minnesota,
No,
not Minnesota.
Rashida Tlaib is Michigan, I think.
Rashida Tlaib is Michigan.
the same damn difference. So they're buying
Well-
up these properties and they're putting Muslims in here. I mean, do you know how far against the grain the Muslim religion as just as a religion? And I mean, I'm not trying to be all apocalyptic,
Apocalyptic. Apocalyptic.
but honestly, those two religions will do. My religion and their religion don't get along, period. They don't need to be here. In fact, why in the hell are they here is what I keep asking. And Donald Trump does too. And that's why I like Trump, because he's like, why are you even here? You shouldn't even be here. I mean, Donald Trump, man, granted, he doesn't do everything correct in my eyes, but for the most part, Donald Trump has been kicking ass and taking names.
So, but again, and then OG mods. I don't mean to get off topic, but I've been holding this for a while because I feel it's an important question. If somebody thinks I'm stupid, you let me know. He says, "Can you tell me your opinions on this? I believe that a lot of the information that they teach you at school, you're never going to need or use. Why do you think they do that? Because it's called Common Core curriculum. Okay, they're there not to educate. The real teachers. Let's get something straight, OG. The real teachers are getting frustrated, okay, because their budgets have cut and they are essentially just reduced to the position of pushing through. Right. They're basically reduced to the position of just pushing students through because they have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And on that same point, OG is their hands are tied. They have that curriculum. They've got to abide by it. And there's a lot of teachers that would love to take these students and take them out, and teach them how to do skills and real stuff. I mean, hell, you would be surprised, but how many years ago was it, Manny, when actually you could go learn how to shoot a gun at a high school? What, 20,
That's gone.
30
Not since this. Not since the late '70s.
yeah, 20, 30 years, 50 years ago. Wow.
Not since the late '70s.
But
Not that I know of.
But even when I was in high school in the 90s, we still saw gun racks in the back of the truck.
Yeah, but here's the difference. That's because now, okay, you have a culture that has gone virulently to anti two-way, okay, and those who should stand firm. See, I'm just gonna lay it out there. Conservatives by nature, okay, I can say this. Conservatives by nature don't want to get into like fights because what are we concerned about? What are we concerned about? Doing our career, providing for our families, taking care of them, taking care of our business, taking care of our households, and we try to avoid getting involved in all this crazy shit.
Yep.
Okay, that's our nature. All right. So now all of a sudden you saw a running away in the early 2000s, but especially in the 2010s, the running away with politically correct culture. Oh, you can't say this and you can't say that. Unfortunately, conservatives were like, okay, this is going to be a passing fad. We're going to get over it. And now all of a sudden, okay, we find ourselves that we can't say shit. We find our ability to speak hindered by YouTube and Twitter and all the rest of that stuff.
Yeah,
because it's offensive. Now you have what's called the social justice warriors, which is the woke ass left. Okay, this whole thing got out of control. Why? Because by nature we didn't want to get involved in a fight, okay, that we didn't think was worth fighting for until it became too late. I will give the left one prop. They're way better at organizing than conservatives are. But we catch on fast. Okay? We catch on fast. All right? And that's why you had things like the Virginia two-way rally, which I proudly went to.
Yeah,
Okay?
no doubt. What was there, 30,000, 40,000 people?
150,000 people. And you know who told us that? Richmond police. Not the government, not the news. Richmond police said we were 150,000 strong. Okay? Richmond police. So, and I'll take their numbers over the government at any time.
Oh, yeah.
So, because conservatives didn't want to get involved in a fight, we allowed this to happen. Like I said, we catch on slow, but we catch on good. And we're starting to catch up. A lot more to do.
We're a lot more dangerous.
Okay? And we are a lot more dangerous. But the thing is, this is why we have to get involved in our local, city, and state level actions. We have to keep an eye on things because again, the old principle of never let a good crisis go to waste. Okay? You have governments reaching for control and trying to restrict your life. This letter is proof of it.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, that you got a passport.
Do you know?
He basically has a permission slip to go to work and to go home.
Exactly.
Without it, he'll be arrested.
Now, I want you all in the chat to go look this up on your own time. Go find out what the Soviet Union state-to-state passport is. Okay? Basically, it was a passport to allow. Okay, we're going to bring it here to the United States for now. In this fact, not pretend. It's almost there. You used to be able to go state to state. If I wanted to go to Maryland, if I wanted to go, if I wanted to go see you, or Cheshire, if I wanted to go see you,
exactly,
get in my car and go, or fly, or whatever it was. Okay. Now we're getting close to the point where the Soviet Union recently was with state to state passports. In other words, for me to go to even just across the state line to Maryland, okay, I have to have stamps, signatures, and approvals and explain why I was going, okay, and explain my reasons to go. Look that up. Soviet era state to state passports. All right. And oh, by the way, the Nazis did this in the 1930s as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So don't think that this, okay, don't think that this won't lead to a passport. All right.
Oh
Because
no. Well, we were talking about that earlier, the real ID. I mean, as of what is it, later this year, if you don't have that real ID, then you can't even fly.
right, right.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a big difference there. It is ridiculous the kind of power grab they're going for, and it is absolutely ridiculous that so many people are like, yeah, okay,
Because
because
okay, let's go to the three.
I'm not that kind of guy that goes, yeah, okay, I'm more like the guy. What are you doing?
Well, let's go to the 3% rule. Let's go to the 3% rule.
All right,
Okay. No, wait. Let's go to the 3% rule. During the American Revolution and the couple of decades leading up to the Revolution, okay, let's say for every 100 citizens in this country. By the way, this is a fact. The majority of the people in this country at that time really didn't want to go to war because it was going to affect them. It didn't matter that England was oppressing us with taxes and all the rest of it. It didn't matter. They just couldn't be bothered.
Yep.
All right. So for every 100 citizens, you had 10 who swore up and down, I'll pick up a rifle. You remember what I was talking about, dangerous? Okay.
Yeah.
The chest thumpers. Remember what I was talking about, Cheshire? The chest thumpers.
I remember.
So you had 10 swear up and down that they're going to pick up a rifle and they're going to join the militias or the regular army or whatnot.
Wait,
You know how many actually went?
Three.
So 3 out of 100 would join the revolution. That's the 3% rule, folks. Okay, that's the 3% rule. So when you see guys like my man Dangerous here or Pete the Patriot with that 3%er,
I know
with that 3%er thing,
he shows
that's what that's what it refers to. Okay, so don't forget that 3 out of every 100 citizens in this country during the Revolutionary War actually picked up a musket and went to war. Okay,
I'll pick up a bag of rice and go to war.
so that's what I'm talking about.
I've got a knife right here. I'll go. I mean, you give me whatever, dude. No, you take away my liberty. Oh man, it's on. You just, dude. This whole lockdown crap is, dude. It's got me so livid. I mean, I'm trying to hold it down, but yeah, I'm pissed. I'm really.
So was I. So was I, Dangerous.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one, and trust me. Trust me. My antenna are up, and if I'm quiet, I'm soaking everything. I'm that quiet person in real life.
Yes, you are, Crasher.
Hey, but when
I'm on here and I'm talking. This is the most I talk all fucking week because I don't I don't talk a lot. And then in real life, if you were around, you wouldn't even know. But I'm observing and I'm soaking it in and I'm processing it, and I don't like what I see.
No,
it's concerning to me. It doesn't look good, and and I have a feeling that this is going to be a constant thing that they're going to try to fuck us over with, and it's
yeah, but OG mods. Yeah. OG mods, as far as financial advice, for now, this is what I'm
Oh,
suggesting. This is
yeah.
what I'm suggesting. You're
Get
in
it.
high school. You're in high school, and God bless you. Okay. Here's the deal. Wait till you get into the workforce after this is all over, because guess what? You're going to be under the new normal. Okay. You're going to be under the new normal, OG.
You're frightening me now. You're
So
frightening.
what I would so what I would suggest is to wait until things settle down. You're going to need to get into a retirement plan now if you can, okay? And make sound investments. Use your brain. Use your brain. Invest in those things which are not volatile. Don't get into quick schemes. You're in it for the long haul. Okay? Make smart investments, and I would suggest really maybe individual retirement accounts or something like that, which is 401ks and 403s and a couple of others. I would suggest that you talk to a professional banker, okay, if it's someone that is trusted, okay. For now, that's what I would suggest. But you also are going to be responsible for paying attention to situations,
Man.
okay. You have to be responsible. That's the only advice I can give you. I'm sure Cheshire and Dangerous will tell you something else. And
No,
I,
no.
okay, but just be aware and be careful. Okay,
I,
that's
on that note, I was just talking to a friend. He likes to invest in those markets, the stock markets, and that kind of stuff. And I just told him, man, I don't feel I'm not that much of a gambler. If I earn something, I like to keep it. However, whether I put it into ammo or turn it into food or water or whatever the case may be, I like to keep my wealth with me. And he's like, well, I do it this way. And I'm like, man, I think it's a gambling game. But you know what? The American Warhorse and my buddy Tom, I mean, both of you shoot the dice and hey, good luck.
right. Because what you're investing is in yourself, OG, and everybody needs to invest in themselves and their families.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
just my personal take.
I,
You use your head, you pay attention to what's going on, you prep. Now, you invest in your future, but the best thing to do is use your head and pay attention. That's what I would suggest.
yep.
Okay? And that's where I'm going to leave that. Okay? Um
Keep your eyes on the cards, man. They're shuffling fast. And right now, the cards are shuffling very fast. No, if this was one of them shell games, we'd all be confused. In fact, we all are confused. None of us know what's really going on here.
no.
That's what
And
I'm saying. It's like
and that's what's driving this whole thing.
well,
Remember,
I remember history enough to
right.
where I see where this is going, and I'm just feeling 1775, dude. Brother,
Well,
I'm feeling
here's yeah.
1775. All I
Well,
can say there.
here's the thing. Everybody in this chat and everybody else
Yeah, but
who will watch this later, okay? What were your forebears? Okay? Mostly farmers, because this was a mostly agrarian society before 1950. Okay? And in the 50s and the 60s, that's when you started to see the explosion in the sizes of the cities. Okay? Mostly this was an agrarian society. What did they do? They canned, they hunted, they fished, they did things like that. There is a time, this is now the time to get back to certain basics. Okay?
oh
This
yeah,
is the time to get back to certain basics. Your grandparents, certainly my parents, a lot of people in this chat, their grandparents, their great grandparents, however far back it goes, they learned to rely on themselves. They planted their gardens, they sewed, they did all those basic skills. Now, because this has made us so
Yeah,
stupid,
that was,
has made us so stupid and utterly dependent on these things because we need instant gratification. There's two things that everybody should know. Get back to basics. That means getting a compass and reading a map.
yep.
Okay? Get a compass and learn how to read a map. Don't be depending on Waze, maps, and everything else. All right? Get back to some basics.
Yeah,
And
when
stop.
they won't understand until the internet goes down. I mean, Manny, we're talking to each other here. We grew up in a time when we didn't have internet. Hell, we didn't even know what a computer was barely back then. I mean, we had the old rotary phones. It's like, you dial one wrong number and crap, it's to dial a phone number.
My girl Melody,
Yes.
she said something dead on right. Work hard and know the difference between a need and a want. Okay?
Yep.
You need to eat. You need to eat. You need clothing. Okay?
Yeah.
You need shelter. You don't need this. It's a want.
Yeah.
We are conditioned.
Yeah, they've conditioned us into a luxury, and like I said, man, it could be taken out with the snap of a finger.
Do you know that I'm an engineer, so I can say this. Okay, with an aviation background. I have a very deep aviation background. Okay.
I want to hear Char's opinion too.
There is a thing called an electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah.
Okay? EMP.
It could it could also be created by the sun, correct?
It can be created by the sun.
Mass ejection.
Right.
Mass. Yeah. Okay.
Now,
we're on the same. Gotcha.
These things and your computers and your TV, even though there are stations on the ground, do you know where your information comes from? Satellites that are in orbit, that are susceptible to sunspot activities and all the rest. Then there are ground stations. Which a simple electromagnetic pulse can absolutely cripple the infrastructure in this country. In most Western countries, it can happen.
No, it would. Oh my God! If we had an EMP,
we would be screwed.
It would be, yeah. It would go from living the dream to living the nightmare. Even though right now I'm not really living the dream, I'm living like a bad dream. It could go to nightmare in like 2 seconds. I mean, if the power went out, granted, I've already kind of run through it with my kids. So it's like, I mean, I've even done that in the past. I've like taken the main power breaker and flipped it off and be like, shit, kids, the power's out. What are you going to do? Just to try and see what they would do. And I think we'll do okay. But, most people aren't ready for the power to go down, for the water to go down. I mean, what if you have to drive a mile to go pump water, or whatever you got to do, and then you got to come home and purify it? I mean, a lot of people are not ready for this shit.
Well, let me ask you something, and I know the answer because, again, of my job. All right, I keep a power plant for a hospital running. I supply their electricity, I supply their water, their air conditioning, their heat, everything.
Wow.
Okay, that's what I do. I take the power that's coming from Dominion Energy, which is our power company, and my power plant breaks it down to usable voltages. Okay, and I also run backup systems. I run the backup generators. I do all of this crap. Okay, now I can assure you, all right, and you've all seen it. What happens in your neighborhoods when the power goes down, even for 10 minutes. Okay.
People flip their shit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's just 10 minutes.
Nightmare. It will turn nightmare scenario within just a few seconds.
And that's just 10 minutes, folks. That's just 10 minutes. Okay. What's going to happen if the juice goes down for a long time? I'm not talking about the internet. I'm not talking about the internet. I'm not talking about any of that stuff.
You're
I'm
talking
talking about power.
Mm-hmm.
And think of where you live, especially if you're up north, okay, where it gets mighty cold.
Yeah.
Now what?
Should have moved down south. I'm down here in Arizona. Man, when we don't get too much cold, we get more hot.
What about those folks who are in medical distress? Ventilators, respirators,
I know.
IV pumps. What is it? Dialysis.
Yep. Obese.
I want you to bear in mind that a lot of your vehicles aren't going to work either because your vehicles have computers in them.
Correct.
You're gonna try to start your car after an EMP blows, and any car that's I'm gonna say past 2010 at least won't start.
That's an interesting question, Warsaw. I'll have to answer that later.
So, but hey, fellas, I'm actually gonna go ahead and dip out. So
yeah, I'm going to call it a night here very shortly myself.
It's been mighty enjoyable speaking to both of you.
Thank you, Cheshire.
Thank you for coming on, Cheshire. I'm gonna. Do you want to hang on for a few minutes while we answer a couple of questions?
Sure.
Yeah, because my friend, my girl's Kevin Moore fan, she sent me an item about I'm going to read it from what she sent me.
Okay.
Vermont. She heard that Vermont has told Walmart to stop selling non-essential items, including seeds. It might go nationwide. People need to buy their seeds now. Make sure they're non-GMO. There's also a website called parkseed.com.
Yep.
Then go to this. Okay. It's parkseed.com. Parkseed, one word. All right. Because how can seeds be non-essential? I don't.
No, they're not essential for you.
Well, it's like with the guns. I remember when they were trying to shut down all the gun stores, and then Trump finally came out and was like, "No, gun stores are essential." But then you still got a few states, of course, that are going to fight him. I mean, it's just they don't listen. They just make up their own freaking minds. This is where the rubber's going to meet the road, and this is where shit's going to hit the fan, is because there are enough free states and there's just enough liberal idiot states to where there's going to be a battle.
Yeah.
Like even in Virginia, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Y'all can tell me in the chat. But when we had the Virginia rally, the one that you were at, you saw how many people showed up. Now, you're going to tell me the Virginia government is going to tell the Virginia citizens that they cannot walk around with guns, that they cannot keep guns with them to protect them.
Well, apparently they don't want you to have seeds either.
No, they don't. So, Redneck Prepper, you're absolutely right. Your ancestors had seed banks, okay? The ancestors of the founders and all the way through all the generations had their own form of seed bank in case the crops failed, which was an all too common occurrence.
Right.
Okay, which was an all too common occurrence. So yes, not only should you get your own seeds, and people, honestly, okay, I'll be honest with you, I have one of the worst green thumbs you ever saw in your life. Okay, but you know what? I'm going to learn more.
Yeah. And
I promise you, I will learn how to do this. Okay.
I've got friends. I've got neighbors that can actually grow. So, I mean, I'm hooked up. They can grow. I can reload. I mean, we just trade our skills kind of back and forth like that.
Well,
I'm fortunate that way. Not everybody can do that.
right. So there is this, your forebears, and Redneck Prepper, you are absolutely right. Your forebears had a seed bank. All of us should have one. So if your local store, if your local lawn, not lawn and garden, but your local greenhouse gets an order to stop selling seeds. By the way, as on a side, this is why we should make it a habit to buy local. Get to know your farmers market. Okay, get to know these people. All right, that's why you should be buying local. You might pay a few cents more, but you should.
Yeah.
But anyway, that aside, you need to get stuff,
Right.
learn to make stuff, okay, and learn to do and reuse. Okay, your forebears did it, you can do it. All right, it's that simple. Uh, so that's my take on that. Okay. But Cheshire, I know you're going to bounce out. Listen, dear, it has been a delight as always
I
with
know.
you, Cheshire. It has been a delight with you for always, Cheshire. I always love talking to you.
And it's gone. And she's
She's gone. And she's gone. Okay.
No, wait, no, I don't think she's. Well, I don't know. Her icon's still up there. Cheshire, are you still there? We want to say goodnight to you, hon. Man, we have been on for like 5 hours. I want to thank you, Manny, for coming on with me. I mean, me and Roger started off, and we had Jim, my brother from Knight's Armory, on there for a bit. Yeah, we just kind of batted it around. Then we ended up with this, and I thought, man, to be honest with you, I love chatting with all of you. Y'all are so great. You're just great people. There she is.
There you are.
Hey, come in here and say goodnight.
All right. Yeah. Hey, good night.
Cheshire, my dear, it has been terrific to be with you here. Okay.
Likewise.
Okay.
You guys are magic.
And let me tell you, one of these days, and it's going to happen, I'm going to be able to get into your stream with you and Watchful.
Oh, yeah.
Cheshire.
We would very much love that.
I would love to be there.
Yeah,
Okay?
I'll break in that. Trust me, I know how to get into Watchful Warrior stream.
Yeah.
I just gotta push my way.
Just bring them anytime you want. You just join me or Greg anytime. Doesn't
Well, I
matter when.
appreciate that, hon. I really appreciate you.
We're taking a little bit of a break for now, but we'll be backing up and running. And when we do, guys, come on in.
Absolutely. No, I can promise you that, Cheshire, because I love talking to you, and I love talking to my man Greg. So definitely, that's going to happen. That's definitely going to happen.
Well, we'll plan on it. If we all end up getting completely locked down, we'll have nothing better to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'll just tell you this much. If it gets too much crazier, just be keeping an eye on the Arizona headlines. Just saying. Remember the space.
Well, you have a good night, Cheshire. Sleep well, okay?
Good night, Manny, and
good night.
We will
definitely
meet again.
Absolutely.
I do.
Love you, hon.
Adieu. And I'm gonna be following Cheshire out because I made a promise, okay, and I'm gonna keep it because somebody in here in the chat who knows me personally, who I'm not gonna divulge, who knows me in the chat, has been sending me messages. Yes, I got it, and I promise you, I'm gonna go get something to eat, and then I'm gonna call it a night, and I'm done.
All right.
Well, Dangerous. Let me tell you. First of all, thank you for letting me run my mouth. Okay. Okay. I appreciate y'all. All right. I appreciate everybody who hung in there in the chat who was listening to my dumb ass, talking for the last few hours.
We're the ones that are ready. we're the ones that are ready. I mean, if you want to listen to these people that are giving you a lot of bullshit, like, oh, we'll protect you. Well, you know what? I can protect you. It's I don't know. Are you going to believe the government? Or are you going to believe the people that are actually on the street?
Yeah.
Detroit,
Detroit, my man.
he comes
Detroit.
up at the last minute. Hey, let's go ahead. That was a great show, man. He's got
No, I know.
He's got a son, dude. Oh my God, you should see this kid, Frankie. Oh my God, he's such a beautiful baby. And I was like, holy crap, you've got a baby right now. It's like right now, probably it's a bad time to have a baby. But you know what? If there's anybody that's gonna have a baby during right now, it's that man, because that kid ain't gonna see any germ anytime soon. He'll see bullets long time before he's gonna see a germ.
Yep. But listen, I appreciate everybody who hung in there. I appreciate everybody who's come in and left. I appreciate all of you putting up with my dumb ass for the last few hours. Because I have sucked all the oxygen out of this house. All right. And like I said, I made a promise to somebody, and I'm gonna head out.
Get something
again. Dangerous. I really appreciate you giving me the time. Okay. Because it was.
By the way, that's not a 9 million. That's actually a 40. But
okay.
I mean, I don't want to pull it out and like get banned from YouTube or some crap because I was showing off my gun. But who knows?
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know. YouTube's got really screwy. They're really screwy.
No, they're really screwy. But listen, and for all of you, may God bless you, protect you, watch over you. Okay. And as always, not only just stay vigilant, but also keep the faith. Okay. That's all. That's from me. Okay. So you all have a terrific, blessed, a wonderful weekend. Stay vigilant, and I'll see y'all down the road. I'm out. All right. Take care, Dangerous.
Later, Manny. All right. And on that note, I will hang in there for one more second. Only because I don't know. I mean, we've only been going for a little over 5 hours. Good Lord. I can't, I want to thank everybody that came here. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect. I mean, we had Jim from Knight's Armory come in here. You never know what kind of guest you might get. I mean, we had Cheshire Cat, just everything. Detroit Prep. Darla. Oh man. It's, and just looking at all these names, I know I give y'all a wrench. I do that because then nobody is greater than anybody else. And that's the main reason I do the wrench nose state. I mean, I could make Detroit Preppin or Melody a mod, and then they have to regulate the whole chat. If you just make everybody, if you just give everybody a wrench, the worst you got to worry about is they're going to beat each other up with a wrench. But I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. All right, y'all. It has been a long night. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you all for showing up. Detroit, my brother. I will be talking to you soon, and everybody else. I've got next week off. Who knows what I might do? I might lose my mind and I might do something crazy. We'll see. All right. Take care, y'all.